We're happy to see you. It's good to have you right on here. Business executives, our legal minds, our viewers, everybody stepping in at the moment. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for showing up at the 4th edition of the CHLP Law and Business Conference 2026. And please, can you give yourselves a round of applause for showing up this early? Thank you so much for coming on board. Thank you for joining us this morning. It is the Nigerian business terrain, and this year we're focusing on raising sustainable financial capital. Raising sustainable financial capital for everyone here, and for us really to arm ourselves and equip ourselves with information, sustainable development. Last year we spoke about the vantage position, but this year we're going on to talk about raising sustainable financial capital for your business as you grow, as you take on the new steps, as you take on the new ladder of business here in Nigeria. We know that it's a lot of struggle for so many people in business, so many things you want to talk about. And every year, Clear Horizons Legal Practice creates this unique platform for one core purpose, and that's to arm the Nigerian business sector with the structural and legal framework needed for your safety and to scale your business. You know, I know that growth matters to so many people, and I would like to implore you to seize that opportunity. We have amiable speakers. We have fantastic speakers. You're going to learn from so many people here present this morning. So I'd like to implore you to get your pens and your papers, get your writing materials, pay full attention, pay rapt attention to all that you're going to learn today. I will take it as a privilege to be here this morning. It's a privilege to have been invited to be a guest on this program. So I'd like you to seize this opportunity the next 5 minutes, because the room is filled with opportunities, if you ask me. I'd like you to seize the next 5 minutes. Look to your left, look to your right. A wise man once said, if you want to go far, you go with people. If you want to go fast, you go alone. So this is the opportunity for you to look at somebody seated beside you. It's possible you're seated with someone you already know. Look around. Just, is there anybody who catches your attention? You want to talk to? You want to get to meet them? Spend the next 5 minutes having a discussion. And like I said before, the room is filled with opportunities. People will keep coming. Take our time to register. If you're not done with your registration, please go ahead, do your registration. And then once again, I'd like to say, you're not a tree. You can get up and move around. Get up, move around, talk to somebody, tell them what you do. Ask them what they do. Ask them questions about their business. It might be your next business opportunity. It might be the next person that's going to give you a contract. So spend time this morning talking to somebody, and I'm very sure you'll be glad you did. And on a lighter note, I want to say, it might be the person you're going to marry in the next 2 years you're talking to. So please take our time. Ask them for their business cards. Say something nice to them. Tell them they smell nice. Tell them they look good. I can see some people who are still seated. Please, can you stand up, walk around, spend the next 3 to 5 minutes talking to somebody. It's a period to network. Talk to somebody this morning. You might not have that opportunity again before we leave here. So please do that, and you'll be glad you did. I promise you that. You'll be glad you did. And I'd like to welcome you once again to the Nigerian business terrain, raising sustainable financial capital, yes, for your business and for whatever it is you have chosen to do in life. This is the 4th edition once again, and we're glad to have you. Please put your hands together for yourselves once again for showing up and for coming early. I'd like to say thank you to you. Thank you for showing up early. Thank you for coming. God bless you. quickly, while we still do our networking, I'd like to invite upstage the safety personnel and the representative of Marriott Hotel to come and give us some safety precautions as we are seated right here. Please welcome with me the safety personnel of Marriott Hotel. Thank you. Can we put our hands together? We'll be doing a lot of clapping today, so let's get used to it. Warm your hands up. Please clap as we bring forward the safety personnel of Marriott Hotel. Thank you. Let's keep clapping. Don't get tired of clapping. All right, while we wait for the safety personnel, the person is coming up shortly. I'd like to notify you that the restrooms are right behind you. So you can take the door to, I'm not sure you can take the door to my right, but just go towards the back and you get one of the ushers to find you the restroom. Also, keep your belongings. They're very, very important. If you have to step out of the room, tell somebody seated beside you to keep an eye on your items. Try as much as possible to keep your items very safe. Thank you. So, before we continue, I'd like to simply state that this conference, does anybody know how long this conference started? It started years ago. Do you know when it started? It started 3 years ago. So this is the 3rd edition, or it's the 4th edition. Thank you very much. You know what you're talking about. And how many editions have you attended? How many have you attended? All 3? You attended 3 altogether. Thank you very much. Thank you for staying true to the cause. God bless you. All right, please come up stage. Please, can we put our hands together for him? Put your hands together for him. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's make it resounding. Thank you very much. How long do you have to sing?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. How are we doing this morning? Are we cold? We are cold? Okay. Good morning. My name is Wisdom Ogiaso, representing Lagos Marriott Hotel Ikeja, Loss Prevention Department, popular known as security, but here at Marriott we call ourselves Loss Prevention. I'll be giving you the safety and security brief for Lagos Marriott Hotel Ikeja, just so you know how to exit during emergency period. During the course of your event, should you hear the sound of the alarm, please feel free to evacuate your meeting space. There is no drill happening in the hotel today, so whenever you hear the alarm, please evacuate the building. Once an emergency alarm sounds, the elevator automatically opens and goes out of service. That is to release those in the elevator during this period of emergency for them to be able to evacuate to avoid trapping during this period. On this floor, we have 2 restroom locations. We have a restroom location at the A wing, and we have one at the B wing. Now, the A wing is the restroom close to the staircase, just behind the elevator that is leading to the car park. And we have the other restroom just behind the guest elevator, taking you to the room. So that's where we have the other restroom. All doors on this floor, all these meeting spaces are all exit doors. So feel free to use any of the exit doors that is not currently obstructed. So please feel free to use anyone to evacuate yourself during this emergency period. The muster point is at the main gate where we drove in from. That's where we have the muster point. So you can use any of the exit doors to evacuate during this period. We have a well-maintained fire life safety equipment here at Marriott Hotel because we take the safety and security of our guests very, very seriously because you are important to us. So we have the grave glass system, the fire extinguishers, the fire curtain, and a well-maintained panel system. So all these are just to ease emergency period and for the safety of our guests. Now we have first aiders on duty, well-trained first aiders and certified first aiders on duty to help during this period of emergency And our nurse is also on standby to assist us during this period. We also have armed officers to help us during this period, also in terms of security procedures, to help assist during this emergency period. And we also have assistance from the Area F police station, which is just less than 5 minutes drive from here to the hotel. Now, during this period also, we also have a very good relationship with the Duchess Hospital, which we use for our guests, just in case during this period there is any serious health issue. So we use the Duchess Hospital for our guests. That hospital is just less than 5 minutes drive from here from the hotel down to the hospital. Now, we run what we call see something and say something here at Marriott Hotel. We believe security is everybody's business. So if you see something, you spot any suspicious behaviors, or on suspicious persons you see at your meeting space, please feel free to speak to me or any of my security officers here. I'm the shift leader in charge of this floor. So please feel free to speak to me regarding any suspicious persons. Now, we talk more about these personal belongings. Please, personal belongings should be kept properly. So you know, on your meeting space where we are now, there is no camera. And on the restrooms, there are no camera also for privacy purposes. So please, keep personal belongings properly. We don't want to be picking bags, phones, shoes, and other stuff. So please, personal belongings should be kept properly. If we are opportune to pick any of your stuff, we will keep it at the lost and found department. That is if we see it. But so please, if it's at the restrooms or at your meeting space, keep personal belongings properly. So for see something, say something when you run at the hotel, please, again, security is everybody's business. If you see something, please say something. Thank you very much and have a wonderful time.
Thank you so much for the heads up. Thank you for the information. We really appreciate it and we're taking note. See something and what? See something and say something. Let's not take our time before we say something. Without further ado, we would like to move on to the next item on the agenda. And I would like to have Oluwakemi and Yinka Ojekunle as we take the national anthem. Thank you.
Please, let's be on our feet as we sing the national anthem. Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribes and tongues may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. O God of all creation,
All right, that was a beautiful rendition. And I'd like to say your voice, your pitch, quite amazing. Thank you very much for rendering the national anthem. If this was your first national anthem, if this was the first national anthem you knew, please, can I see your hand up? You don't have any? Oh, Grandma. I see you. So we have one person who learned this national anthem. How many years ago, man? Almost 70 years ago. Oh, okay. That was your first national anthem, too. All right. So who are those that have just learned the national anthem now? If you know it, you know the national anthem. Can I see your right hand up? Or your left hand, anyone you prefer. You know the national anthem, sir. The new one. Not the past. You're just listening to it today for the first time. You're not a patriotic citizen. We need to take our Nigerian passport back from you. You don't even have one. You are proud. All right. Any other person in the house? You know the lyrics of this national anthem. You know, I was going there. I wanted some people, raise your hand if you know the lyrics. You know stanza 1. Who knows stanza 2? In fact, today is the first time I'm hearing the second stanza. So what's going to happen? They're going to tear the half page of our Nigerian passports and take it away from us. We need to be patriotic. Open your mind. It's a mindset thing, if you ask me. Some of us just want to stick to our compatriots. And you guys, you've decided to remain compatriots, yes? What? Oh, but you don't even have one. Do you intend to get a Nigerian passport so you can keep practicing it? No worry, it's on YouTube. If you Google it, I'm sure you'll find it. If you're interested, I'm sure you'll find it. All right. Thank you very much, everybody, for coming once again. I'd like us to continue. I know some people came in after we did our networking and everything. So I want us to just spend a little more time. If you're seated at the back, please can you come forward so you can see your beautiful and handsome faces. You know, you came early. You should be categorized among those that came early. You know, if they want to decide to give something out to those who came early, they'll start from the front. So if you want to come forward this morning, please kindly do, so we can see your faces very clearly and brightly. And if you have anybody on their way coming, if you have anybody who is yet to get here, please can you send them a message and tell them that they're running late and we have started. We kept to time and we're moving at the speed of light. All right. Is there anyone here that knows what CHLP stands for? Do you know what it stands for? CHLP. Arise what? If you are sure, just raise your hand. Raise your hand and say it with your full chest. CHLP is an acronym. Do you know? It's not sh. It's not sh. Right? Somebody wants to tell me. CHLP, what does it mean? Clear Horizon Legal Practice. Somebody got it right. So for everybody who do not know what CHLP stands for, Clear Horizon Legal Practice. So it's a business, it's a law firm, and they've dedicated their time, one of the corporate service responsibility as an organization, to bring this conference to every one of us every year. And we're doing the same thing this year as it has been in the past 4 years. And this is the 4th edition, basically talking about what is very, very important, what is on the minds of many people. And we're talking about raising, the theme for this year, raising sustainable financial capital. So I know that so many of us have come this morning to learn one or two things. You want to know what exactly is happening. You have so many questions to ask. And I know that there will be panel sessions. We have several notable speakers, and they're going to be speaking with us for at least 15 minutes per speaker, and they're going to go into the depth of so many things when it comes to government policies, businesses, raising financial capital for your business as a Nigerian. It's one of the difficult things. You know that policies change at one time or the other, and it can just affect your business. You might have plans, you may have pictured where you will be in the next 5 years, and one thing or the other just springs up, and suddenly something needs to change. Your plan needs to be altered for one reason or the other. So today we'll have so many people to speak with us, to enlighten us, and to give us a broader spectrum when it comes to government policies, law, and business. And of course, we have Chlp Law, the firm itself, ready to attend to you when it comes to any legal businesses that you have. Thank you very much once again for showing up and for coming early. We have other lineup of programs today, but I would like us to take 2 more minutes. Talk to somebody beside you. Talk to somebody behind you. Let them know who you are. Let them bring you business so you can refer to this conference for one reason or the other. Don't be an island. And guess what? Don't do life alone. Don't stick to only those people you already know. You can meet someone today and they change the trajectory of your life. You can meet someone today and everything just aligns. You can meet somebody today and you can marry them in the next 9 months. So don't waste time. Don't keep to yourself. Walk around. You're permitted to walk around. We'll get to the time where you cannot walk around any longer. Don't stick to that person that is seated beside you. Go back. If you like somebody's red shirt, you can ask them where they got their red shirt from. The conversation can start from there. Thank you once again for coming up. Thank you for showing up early. It's very, very important. Can you give yourselves a resounding round of applause for at least showing up early to this conference? Thank you. God bless you. You have 3 minutes. Thank you. for showing up early. It's very notable when you show up early for any event whatsoever. And before we go on, I'd like to say that for anyone who has networked here, like I said before, please keep those contacts. Keep those contacts. They are very, very important. They are of essence to your business, and this room is filled with opportunities and possibilities. As we go on, I'd like to invite very quickly for the welcome address for the 4th edition of the CHLP Law and Business Conference. Please, with a resounding round of applause, welcome with me Mr. Victor Ikibe, the associate.
Miss Shobanjo, that was a very beautiful one. It's been really nice and really interactive, and the space is very, very friendly and chilling. I remember them saying that you should come with your jackets. For those that are not feeling the cold yet, you are going to feel it. All right, good morning, everybody. On behalf of Clear Horizon Legal Practice, CHLP, I warmly welcome everyone here to the CHLP Law and Business Conference 2026. We are honored by your presence, and we are grateful that you have chosen to be a part of this important conversation centered around our theme, the Nigerian business terrain, raising sustainable financial capital. Our distinguished guests, our speakers, our panelists, we are very much grateful for making time to be a part of this very August occasion. Actually August, because it's once in a year, so it's actually August. We are very much grateful and we appreciate your presence. To everyone around here, those who are coming, those who are streaming live, and those who are already here, we really appreciate you and thank you very much. At Clear Horizon Legal Practice CHLP, we remain committed to creating platforms that encourage meaningful engagement between law, business, finance, and public policy, developing practical solutions that will strengthen Nigeria's business environment and unlock new opportunities for growth. We are delighted to welcome our distinguished speakers and panelists, and I acknowledge the dedication of the entire CHLP team. Big ups to our managing partner, Folarin Oloyede, and the entire CHLP team for putting this event together, our sponsors and partners. We are very much grateful. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the vision for this conference is driven by a leader who continues to champion excellence, innovation, and strategic thinking within the legal and business landscape. It is therefore my singular privilege and honor to invite the managing partner of Clear Horizon Legal Practice and the convener of the CHLP Law and Business Conference 2026. With a standing ovation, kindly welcome Barrister Folarin Oloyede.
Okay, please take your seat. We tried in the meeting to say that just say Folarin Oloyede should come up. You know, the guys, they added some things to it. Okay, Kemi, I asked for something. I'm sorry, I have to call you out. All right. Sorry. Taiwo, please, come to me. All right. Okay. Once again, you're welcome, and we're delighted to have you here. This is the 4th edition of this conference. We started the journey 2022, and every year that the conference has held, we believe that the impact has continued to increase. So thank you for being here. Thank you for being a part of this edition. So my job here is to deliver the CHLP address. So anything I say here, I didn't write it alone. So if it sounds good, it's the team. If it doesn't sound good, it's the team. All right, okay. Maybe it doesn't sound good, I take the fall. Okay, so we have an address. In our tradition at CHLP, we always put together our thoughts on the theme of the conference. And if you look at page, I should take you to page page 5 of the brochure with you. We have our address there. Okay, I'm saying this because I want to spare you the listening stress of me reading out to you what is already printed into a document that you are looking at, even though that's what we went through while we're in Nigerian universities. But I don't think I should do that. So you should please take your time to read through what we've written there. Now, that address is something would perhaps bill maybe 10 million naira to write such an opinion. Maybe we'll charge a fee to put it together. But guess what? You have it for free. All right? So if you want us to issue a receipt, we could even do that. that you paid for it. So, but I'm going to touch on some major points. The speakers that we have this year, they're going to touch on various aspects of capital raise, and I'm privileged to speak first, so nobody would say I copied what they said before. So capital raise is not a destination, but rather a vehicle. If you cannot remember anything we say in this conference, try not to forget that capital raise is not a destination. I know that you see headlines that XYZ raises $2 million. You could see, this startup has done series 2, $5 million. And if you're not careful, as a dreamer, you think that, raising capital is the objective. But really, raising capital is just, the capital you're raising is just a vehicle. It's not a destination. Okay, so it is a tool to accelerate growth, not the final measure of a business success. If you have raised money before, you know that if you are, let me just simplify it. If you have owed money before, you would know that peace of mind is a very, at times you ask yourself that, my peace of mind. That's what actually happens. After you've raised money, you enter another phase. And even though we talk about capital raise as something people do periodically, but I think it's a daily thing. Every day you open shop, you're thinking about capital. You're thinking about how would money come into this business. So securing a round shifts your responsibility from pitching to investors to delivering real customer value. Delivering real customer value is the objective of every business. Or let me put it in plain language, sell. How much have you sold? Selling is the essence of business. You might be able to attract capital so much, but ultimately, are you selling? That's the question. Okay. Every day, a business should ask itself that, when it is time to bring in more money, will I pass the due diligence checklist? Will I pass the due diligence checklist? There are various checklists. There's legal due diligence, and I can assure you that it could run into like 10 pages. Various questions. And those questions are usually a culmination of your day-to-day. So that takes me back to what I said earlier on, that you don't think of capital raise as something that comes up periodically. It's something you think about every day. Okay? So as a business, you owe yourself the duty of care to not get choked by the investment you bring in. This can only happen if you have a sound legal strategy in place way before you approach the fund market. You could attract capital, and that capital can take you down. I've seen businesses go from millions to zero. To zero is you're back to where you were. But the one that is below zero, that you are now owing money, and this happens most times where when startups and companies are so eager and you sign up all kinds of things. And in there, you, the founder, has given a personal guarantee. It's in that tiny print. They just slotted it somewhere there, and you feel that, once the business goes down, you send a mail to all your users, and you send a mail to all your investors that their money is lost, that you're free. I'm sorry. These days, there's key man clause in some of those agreements, which means that when the business is no more, we are coming after you and you are going to pay. So you have to ensure you have a sound legal strategy. The money, going after the money should not be the first thing. We talk about structure a lot in this conference, and it is very key, very, very key. You listen to the speakers that we have in here, and they are going to buttress those points furthermore. All right, so the legal, now I want to talk to my learned friends. Okay, so I've been in the business of providing legal services for some years now, and I think I may be able to share a couple of things. So because we are also business people too, we're providing legal services. So we're in the business of provision of legal services. So the legal industry needs to evolve. And also, this is a law and business conference. So as we're talking to business people, we're talking to lawyers too. So as the legal industry needs to evolve quickly, in fact, faster than it is doing, because the terrain has significantly changed. All the markets have become more competitive, and therefore cost management is a daily necessity. And the finance guy, the managers, when they look at their books, how do we cut costs? They look at who brings the least value to trim the person off their books. And so as a lawyer, if you're still stuck in that toga of the law, or that toga of learned, I'm a learned person. And before now, years ago in the 70s, people just get paid because they are lawyers. Because you're a lawyer, once you're involved in some things, you just get paid. But things have changed really fast. All right. People no longer want to pay us lawyers just because we carry that toga of being learned. They want real value. Real value. Because that's the same standard they put all their service providers through. And so lawyers cannot be exempt from that. So we have to deliver real value. And real value is what shifts, is what affects, is what touches Naira and Kobo for the business people. For the business people, they're looking at what you're doing, how is it impacting our Naira and Kobo. So the era where clients come to lawyers completely ignorant has passed. I can assure you, when they call you, most corporate clients, when they call you, before they ask you, they've asked AI. AI has told them a lot. The reason they are calling you is because AI, at the end, puts a disclaimer that all this things I've said, I just said it, you should still consult a lawyer. So when such clients come to you, they are not ignorant, and you have to deliver at a higher level. So most times they've asked AI before calling you. And so AI is not our enemy, really. AI is a tool for us. So while the clients can know AI, I wish the clients are not hearing what I want to say now. But while the clients can know about AI, the clients will likely not know the actual prompt that you should give AI. So when they come to you, and there have been situations where clients have sent me agreements, and they just say, can you help us review? As I'm going to, I say, AI, you have gotten there before us. So when we start reviewing, we see it there. So I'm rounding up now. So generally speaking, businesses need to look beyond the fund market. Now, I'm especially interested, I have interest in small businesses because small businesses are the ones that hold down the economy, all right? We can have the big Adova, the big PNL, but I'm sure they too rely on those small businesses, small businesses here and there. Now, we're all talking about raising capital. Things have changed. Nobody really wants to fund ideas again. They just want to put their money in something that is working. So how do you move from I have idea to I have something working that the conventional funds people, conventional investor will be interested in putting their money? How do you move from there? All right, you've done all the bootstrapping you can, all your savings, all the money in piggy vest, you have spent everything. What next? You still have not grown the business. You still have not taken it to a level where it's attractive for investment. So what next? I dare tell you that there's a lot of money outside the formal investment market. So the typical way you want to raise money, you go to You're thinking of private equity. You're thinking of the big investor firms and all of that, investment firms. You're thinking of the Chapel Hills and all of that. But I dare tell you that there's a lot of money outside that formal space that is looking for where to sit. And the requirement is still the same. What have you put into the business before coming to people for their money? You have put sweat? Good. Have you put integrity? Have you put reputation? Wherever that is seen, people that have money that want to invest, wherever they see that integrity and reputation, they want to invest. And so there's something we structured for a client, and basically it was a four-year arrangement. Okay, you approach some people and like you put the books together, you put your audited books together, and they look at it, oh, this person has a trend and all of that. And they're able to leave their money for 4 years. And you say, I give you X returns every year, but you leave the capital with me for 4 years. And that attracted a lot of money. That wasn't even in the formal sector. So as a small business, I hope you can take that away, that you can actually attract investments outside the formal space that everyone is crowding. So in closing, because I am a lawyer and because you are expecting me to give you an advice, in all of these things, as early as you start your journey, get in touch with professionals. And the first professional is who? First professional is lawyers. And then now when you're thinking of lawyers, you can think about CHLP. And that will make your journey really smooth. Because when the opportunities come, they won't wait for you to get ready. The opportunities will go to those who are ready. All right, thank you so much. Enjoy this conference, and I hope that at the end of today, you have a lot to use in your business. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barrister Folarin Olede. He has told us that when we want to start a business, before you start your business, you do what? Were you paying attention? You do what? He said you should reach out to a legal practitioner. And which legal practitioner did he emphasize? CHLP. You have to remember that. You cannot forget that. It is CHLP. Make it clear. Clear. Get clarity. Thank you very much. He said to us that capital raise is not a destination. It is a vehicle. It is a tool. Capital raise is a tool. And then you have to not just work on your ideas. You have to make sure that it is projected appropriately for the investors to be attracted to it. I'd like us to move on very quickly as we call on our first speaker today. Are you excited? Are you as excited as I am? All right. Media, please kindly help us as you play the profile of Dr. Abiola Babatunde Ojo.
Dr. Babatunde Ojo is a commercially astute senior executive with over 20 years of multifaceted experience across the banking and oil and gas industries, spearheading various aspects of corporate management, driving successful business strategies, and enterprise-wide initiatives. Her expertise lies in leading corporate development efforts, operational strategies, and improvement initiatives to achieve defined goals and expand market share. Abiola serves on the board of Prudent Energy and Services Limited and other notable companies.
Looking at the screen, she's got a master class in corporate leadership. However, what I find very remarkable about her is that Dr. Abiola is that person who breaks ceilings, at the helms of the energy giants like Adova. She actively builds the ladder for others, and she's very deliberate, working on the establishment like Energize Our Network. Have you heard about Energize Her Network? Yes. She's at the helm of affairs of Energize Her Network, and it's a testament that she's a great leader and she takes leadership very, very important. I was watching her video, and she made mention about when she came in 2020. She wasn't here last year. I recall she wasn't here last year, but she was here 2 years ago, and she said something about moving to a bigger place. She said something about moving to a bigger place, and we're here in a bigger place. I'm sure she's very excited. She also said something about being an ED. Okay, no, the first time she came, she was just a panelist, and then she was an ED. Then she came again, and she was a speaker and a panelist, and then she had become the MD. Please can you put your hands together for her? She's coming up to share up high conviction strategies on corporate governance, execution, and turning high potential teams into impactful leaders. Let's welcome the managing director, the pretty managing director of Adova PLC, Dr. Mrs. Abiola Babatunde Ojo. Let's keep this clap resounding, please. Please, thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. I can see a lot of beautiful and handsome faces here. So good morning, everyone. I'm so delighted to be here again. I was going to start with acknowledging the Honorable Commissioner, but she's not here. But in absentia, I think I will still acknowledge her presence. Honorable Commissioner for Commerce, Cooperative Trade and Investment, Mrs. Folashade Ambrose Mebede. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, esteemed speakers, I say very beautiful morning to you all. I would like to start by expressing my sincere appreciation to the conveners of this conference, Clear Horizon Legal Practice, CHLP, for the kind invitation to come here again to speak. You heard when the MC said, I've been here a couple of times. I'm still going to that, but she has given you a hint of what I was about to say, what I was going to say, but I'll still repeat it. Since the maiden edition of this conference in 2023, it has continued to evolve, bigger, more impactful, and increasingly relevant to the realities of doing business in Nigeria. I think they deserve a round of applause. I recall they've had themes on governance, putting governance in place, putting structures in place, legal and regulatory frameworks, ensuring you have all those in place in doing business. For me, that consistency speaks to vision, discipline, and commitment. And I must really commend CHLP for this remarkable growth. Once again, I want to acknowledge my fellow speakers. I think it is a privilege to share this platform with you today. Before I go into my presentation, I said I was going to come back to what the MC said, so let me digress a bit. Where's Mr. Folaren, Barrister Folaren? Where are you? There's something about this conference which we are all still trying to understand. Maybe by the end of today, you will explain to us. I said, just as you mentioned, at the last speaking engagement, I think 2 years ago, I came here and I said, oh, there's something about this platform. I think people should key into this platform because the first time I came, I was an ED. I came as a panelist. The second time, I had already become the managing director of the company where I was ED. And then I was a panelist and a speaker. And then, this is the third time. And something has happened again. So you'll all agree with me that there's something happening here. So if you're not friends to Barrister Folarin, I think you should go and make friends with him. And not just make friends, book a slot, a speaking slot for their next annual conference. I've given you expo. So you're my friend, so I've given you the expo. Anyway, that's on the lighter note. Okay, moving to the subject of the day. The theme of the conference, as we've seen, is Nigerian business terrain, raising sustainable financial capital. It is not just timely, but it is very, very critical. And this is because in Nigeria today, capital is not just scarce, it is selective. Capital is not scarce, it is selective. Access to funding, just as Barrister said, is no longer determined by how great your ideas are or how big your ambitions are, but by your credibility, the governance structures you have in place in your business, the sustainability of your business models, and the long-term value you are willing to create. And this is because we are operating in an environment where interest rates are always high, currency volatility persists, and investors are now more cautious than ever. Investors are now more cautious than ever. So the real question is not just how to raise capital, but how to raise capital that endures, how to raise sustainable capital. Let me bring this closer home by sharing a story of Prudent Energy and Adova. Sometimes in 2023, I think the first or 2024, maybe the second edition, I recall when they had the conference, I recall the theme then was on corporate governance, navigating the business terrain through putting effective governance in place. I recall sharing a story about how through the foresight of the founder of Prudent Energy, Dr. Showami, and the deliberate implementation of effective governance and putting structures in place, we positioned Prudent Energy and Services Limited, a company that started with just 12 employees then, to seize strategic opportunities. That foundation ultimately led to the acquisition of one of the largest retail oil marketing companies in Nigeria. I told that story then. But I only told the story of the acquisition. I didn't tell the story of how it was acquired. So for those who were not here then, a key milestone in that journey was the acquisition of a majority stake in the then Fort Oil PLC. So for those who don't know, Adova used to be Fort Oil PLC. It was rebranded to Adova PLC. Around 2019, Prudent Energy acquired a controlling interest in Fort Oil PLC. This transaction was valued in tens of billions of naira. I mean tens of billions of naira. Don't ask me how much, because I will not tell you. We couldn't in any way would have done it by itself, not in any way. It was eventually financed through a combination of three things. Structured funding. Those are the funds, the bonds, SPV, securitized loan. We had institutional backing. That's the support received from investment banks, investment advisors, and then our own internally generated value. Following the acquisition, the company was rebranded to Adova PLC in 2020, a year after. And using the support we received from those three sources, we repositioned the business across the retail, our retail outlets. We increased our retail footprint. We repositioned the infrastructure along the entire value chains and our integrated supply chains. The real story is this. What made this possible was not just access to capital, not just the capital we raised from the financial institutions, but access to the right kind of capital. Access to the right kind of capital. We had patient capital, we had strategic capital, and most importantly, trusted capital. Let me repeat it. We had access to three kinds of capital: patient capital, strategic capital, and trusted capital. In just 1 or 2 minutes, I will explain what this three capital means. Patient capital. For those of us that are hearing this for the first time, I'm sure some of us are familiar with it. Patient capital is that funding that is invested with a long-term view, where investors are not in a hurry to get back their funds. They are willing to wait for sustainable value creation rather than demanding immediate returns. They are willing for your investment, for the investment to yield returns over the lifespan of whatever project you want to run. And in an emerging market like Nigeria, this type of capital is very important because a lot of businesses that are going through transformation require time to mature. In view of all the challenges we have in the country, they require time to mature. So without that patient capital, many businesses will become trapped in short-term borrowing. You would have excessive debt servicing, and there'll be pressure for immediate profitability because you would want to go and repay your loan on time, even when you're not making profit yet. Just as Barrister said, one of the strengths of sustainable financing is that it gives the owners of the business the breathing room to focus on long-term enterprise rather than quarterly survival. You are not under pressure for your business to survive because you have somebody who has decided to give you patient capital. They are not putting you under pressure. And then the second one, strategic capital. That one goes beyond money. It is a capital that comes with your industry expertise, with your networks, with the market access you have, with your technical capability, and with the partnerships, operational partnerships you have forged over time. We leverage on this when we're going to acquire Fort Oil PLC. There was industry expertise, we leverage on our network, on our market access, and partnerships. We couldn't have done it alone. Strategic investors are not simply looking for financial returns. They are not really particular about the returns they are giving them. They are interested in helping your business grow because their own objectives are aligned with your success. They know as your business is growing, their wealth is also growing. So smart entrepreneurs these days, no matter the size of your business, you shouldn't go about asking who can fund us. You should go about asking who can grow with you, who can grow your business, not just who can fund you. And then the last one, trusted capital. This, for me, is perhaps the most critical form of capital in today's environment. And that is the capital that is made available to you because investors, lenders, financial institutions have confidence in the promoters of the business, their leadership team, the governance standards you have in place, your ethical conduct, and your track record. In reality, and this has played out over time, our head of treasury is here. She can testify, she can confirm that. Financing institutions, before they look at the collateral you're presenting before them, they're already assessing your character. That is the first thing they're assessing. Yes, collateral is good. They need it for papers. They need it to tick all boxes. But firstly, they are assessing your character. The characters of the promoters of the business, the leadership team. Is there yes, yes, or is there no, no? Before they look at the cash flow projections, anybody can go and do cash flow projection. Just get a qualified accountant or a treasury analyst. They'll put the projections in place. Before they look at all those projections, they're assessing the governance you have in place. Are you the alpha and the omega of your business? I recall this was discussed 2 years ago when the theme was on governance structure. Are you the beginning and the end of your business? You don't have structures in place. You don't have people that are put in management of your business. So the day you are not there, the business is at a standstill. They're assessing that before they assess your projections. And then no matter how big the opportunity you are presenting before the financing institution, they're assessing your credibility first. How credible are you? That's why they ask you to go and bring your statement for 12 months, 6 months. They want to see your track record. Have you had bounce checks over on the statements? There are things, there are ways they plot your statement that they know how to assess your credibility. And this is very important because Nigeria risk perception is very high. Trust is influenced by cost of capital. How expensive the capital you get is influenced by trust. Trust is what will give you access to financing. Trust is what will determine the tenor of the loan the banks will avail to you. And trust is what will tell the kind of appetite the investors would have in your business. Trust is earned through transparency. When they see that you are transparent with your business, you are consistent, you have strong governance, and you are fulfilling obligations. As you all know, you build trust over the years, but it can be destroyed quickly. So when financial institutions come to you, when you go to them for financing, they're not only looking at whether your business can succeed or not. what they are checking is that can this company, can these promoters be trusted during difficult cycles of their business? When you are going through very tough times in your business, for those of us who do business in Nigeria, you know it can be very, very tough. When those tough times come, can the financing institutions trust you? This is why the credibility of the promoters of any business, no matter the size of your business, is very, very important in determining whether you're able to raise sustainable capital. One of the most important lessons I learned from the story of the Adova and Prudence is that capital follows credibility. Capital follows credibility. Financial institutions, whether banks, equity firms, development institutions, are now asking very deep questions. Who are the promoters of this business? We want to know them. Even in our organization, when the head of credit comes and say, oh, they're analyzing this, yes, their books look good, but who are their promoters? Who are the promoters? What is their track record before we avail any facility? How have they performed in previous cycles? How many times have they defaulted? Yes, it's okay to default, but has it been consistent? Have they been consistently defaulting? Do they have governance discipline? When things go wrong, can we sue them? Or do they have a structure that's in place that even when they want to abandon their obligations, we can hold on to something? Those are things financial institutions are checking. Can they be trusted in difficult times? Let me tell you a story of an experience we had about 3-4 years ago. So about 4 or 5 years ago, when that's before the regulation of the downstream sector and before the commencement of operations at the Dangote refinery, our business relied heavily on importation of petroleum products. So as a result, we regularly purchased significant amount of FX to meet our obligations to our international suppliers because we mostly buy in foreign currencies. So one of the instruments available at that time for us is this, we call it CBN FX forward contracts. So under these arrangements, companies could purchase FX for delivery at a future date. So those future dates can range from 30 to 120 days. So you pay CBN today, and between 30 and 120 days, they deliver your FX to you, depending on the tenor on the contract. Over time, however, the delivery timelines extended significantly. In some cases, reaching 180 to 270 days. That's from 30 days to 180 to 270 days. Unfortunately, CBN was not able to settle many of these forward contracts as they matured. So what was initially a delay of days, of weeks, turned into months, and eventually into years. Throughout this period, we remained hopeful that the contracts would eventually be delivered. It is a government contract. Now, government can never renege on their contracts. You know, that's the assurance we have that this is not a one-man contract. This is a government contract. It has to be honored. But while we are waiting, because the extension had turned into years, in order to preserve our relationship with suppliers and honor obligations to our international foreign suppliers, we had to secure banking facilities to settle outstanding payments. Recall I said that we had paid CBN Naira. We're only awaiting the FX. But there was no way we would start telling our suppliers story that, oh, CBN, they knew, but there's a limit to how much they can also wait. So we had to resort to other alternatives. We secured banking facilities to settle all those outstanding payments with the expectation that when those FX forwards eventually delivered, we use it to offset those exposures. Somehow, there was a change in the leadership at CBN. I'm sure you know the story. And that led to a review of all the outstanding forward obligations. So our grammar of, government can never renege on their contracts, we stopped telling that story. When the change management came, some contracts were honored, but a significant number were disqualified. For reasons best known to CBN, we tried to fight it, but you know there's a limit to what you can actually fight. Most of our forward contracts fell into those that were disqualified. And that resulted in CBN returning our original Naira deposits rather than deliver the FX. So this created two major challenges for us. First, we were left with substantial interest obligations on the banking facilities we had obtained to pay suppliers. And then secondly, we suffered significant foreign exchange losses because when we procured those FX, they were procured at around 500 to 600 naira. Because, I told you it ran in 2 years. But by the time the funds were returned, the market exchange rate had risen to between 1,200 and 1,400 naira. You can imagine the huge loss, the FX loss on the quantum of FX we had with CBN then. At that point, we were faced with a very difficult decision. Some industry players chose to walk away from their obligations, arguing that the issue came from systemic failures and it was beyond their control. Yes, if you look at it, maybe their business cannot even accommodate the loss. Do you understand? But they walk away. But we took a different path. Despite the enormous financial impact, we chose to honor our commitment because our credibility and reputation mattered more than the short-term financial relief that will come from abandoning the loan. We engaged extensively with the lenders. Madam Titi Treasurer, how many meetings? Several. Restructured the facilities and implemented repayment plans. In fact, we are still servicing some of the loans still today. We are still servicing them. Well, this experience came at a very significant cost to us. It reinforced something far more valuable to those institutions: trust. Trust. By standing by our commitment during one of the most challenging periods in the industry, we strengthened our credibility with those institutions. Today, that trust has translated into stronger banking relationships. It has enhanced access to financing, and it has put us in a position where institutions are actively seeking opportunity to support us. There's this thing that when you call one in the Bible, that when you call 120, we answer you. And that's the case. That is where we are now. Because of that singular act, trust. The lesson here is simple. Financial setbacks can be recovered over time, but credibility, once lost, is difficult to gain. It's difficult to regain. I tell you, some of our contemporaries in the industry that abandoned their loan, they are not back in the business. They are not back in the business. We chose to protect our reputation, and that decision continues to pay dividends today. The character and credibility of the promoters of any business matters as much as the business itself. Let me repeat it. The character and the credibility of the promoters of any business, irrespective of your size. When I've been saying it, this is not about large organizations. Any size of your business matters as much as the business itself. You go to institutions with your financial instruments. Yes, they ask for your financial statement, they ask for your cash flow projection. But what they are really funding is trust, reputation, and your consistency. Those are the three things they are funding. The trust in you as a promoter and your business, your reputation, and the consistency of your delivery. Let me quickly, I'm sure my time is fast spent. Who is the Barrister Polari? Who is the timekeeper here? Please just stop me when I'm spending too much time. Let me quickly highlight a few principles that I believe are critical for raising sustainable capital in Nigeria today. The first one, make sure you build institutional credibility early. Build institutional credibility early. Separate ownership from management where possible. I said it earlier. Don't be the beginning and the end of your business. No matter how little, have somebody who does something that they're in charge of certain part of your business. You saw when we started, we had somebody from the Chlp who came to talk to us about, it's not Barrister Folarin we are seeing from beginning to the end. There are people within the team that are running the business. So when Barrister Folarin is not there, the business continues to run. It may be a key decision maker in the business, but then things can still get running even while he's not there. Ensure transparency in reporting, because investors are not investing in how the size of your business now. They are investing in the system of your accountability. And then secondly, align capital with strategy. Listen to me, not all capital is good capital. Not all capital is good capital. Short-term funding is capital, but short-term funding cannot support long-term infrastructure. Don't take 60 days loan to go and finance a project that will start yielding returns in 24 months. You will kill your business. And then expensive capital can destroy otherwise viable businesses. I understand that some business owners will go to this quick loan portal. I don't know the name they call it, but they said all this fast loan. They will just, they need 100,000 to quickly settle, to do a contract, to run a contract. You go to that portal and go and take the 100 naira. Before you even finish the business, the profits you're expecting on that, the returns you're expecting on that business, the loan has, the profit, the interest on the loan has tripled. Not all capital is good capital. Ensure that your capital aligns with your business horizon. And then the third one, focus on cash flow discipline. Profit is important, but cash flow is survival. I'm sure you've heard this saying that cash is king. If you have 100 properties, investments, and then you don't have 100,000 with you, someone who has 200,000 naira, at that point is richer than you with all your 100 properties you have. Manage your liquidity efficiently. That is the way you can attract sustainable capital. And maintain strong working capital. Don't deploy all your trading funds into projects. So you want to expand your business. I think this office is too small for me. I think I need to get more chairs, to make this place more beautiful to attract clients. And also that when they come into my office, they see that, my company is not a small institution. And then from your 50 million trading funds or 10 million trading funds, you use 8 million to expand your office or 9 million to expand your office, and now running about to look for funds that you use for trading. Which business will you do in that office that you spent all your trading funds to build? Manage your liquidity efficiently. The fourth one, leverage partnerships, not just funding. Partnership is the new way forward. Partnership is the new competition. Rather than compete with somebody who does the same thing as you, go and partner with the person. Establish a joint venture. That's the way smart businesses are raising funds now. They are raising strategic partnerships. They are raising joint ventures. The goal is not just for funding, but shared value creation. That's what we call in Nigeria, chop I chop. As you are chopping, I'm chopping, because we've come together as a joint venture. And then the last one, embed sustainability and ESG thinking. A lot of us, when we hear of ESG, when we hear of sustainability, we think it's still something that is far. It's the developed countries that are doing sustainability, ESG. I tell you, that is what sustainable financing is now tied to. Environmental responsibility, the impact you are making socially, and the governance standards you have in your entity, in your organization. Because local investors are now beginning to prioritize energy transition readiness. They are looking at the impact you are making in your community. I don't know if CHLP they are still engaged in this. They are pro bono service they give to some inmates who are unable to afford legal service to defend them. And that, for me, is a very sustainable way of raising financial capital, community impact, ethical business practices. Despite all the challenges we face in Nigeria, I still want to remind us all that Nigeria remains a land of immense opportunity. Don't ever think that you can't raise funds. Don't ever think so. Don't ever think that you can never raise funds. That they are talking big money. You start from somewhere. Because Nigeria is still a growing population. We are still growing. Our energy needs are expanding every day. There is increasing demand for infrastructure. And we have a vibrant entrepreneurial ecosystem. When you look at the ways our content creators are coming up with skits now, you'll be wondering, where has this thing been before? In another 2-3 years, you see another set of skills that will come up. So the opportunities abound in Nigeria. So the opportunity is not in avoiding the terrain. Don't say, let me be managing what I'm doing. Let me be managing my small money. But you need to understand and navigate the terrain very well, which is why, once again, I want to commend CHLP for organizing a conference like this, which addresses themes on how to navigate the Nigerian business terrain. I think we should give it up for them once again. In closing, I would like to leave us with this thought. Sustainable financial capital is not raised overnight. It is built over time through credibility, discipline, and trust. You may have quick wins. Quick wins may attract attention. But what will sustain it is the discipline you have. Discipline attracts lasting capital. So as business leaders, entrepreneurs, and policy makers, as individuals seated here today, we all have a role to play in strengthening the system that make capital more accessible, more efficient, and more impactful. Once again, I want to thank CHLP for this platform and for the continued growth of this important conference. Thank you all for having me. I wish you all a productive and insightful engagement.
Let's keep clapping. Don't get tired of clapping. She has done justice to the topic, and she has done a fantastic job delivering her speech. Thank you very much, Dr. Abiola. God bless you, ma. Very, very important points she has made, and I would like to emphasize some of the things she had said. She said you should leverage on partnership. Collaboration is very important, and it helps you grow bigger than you ever imagined or you had envisaged. It's very important for us to build on that. And also, cash is king. So you should keep your cash flow, keep it very intact. Invest in people. Your character is very important. So before they look at your business, before they look at your projections, before investors look at your details, your accounts, your books, and all of that, your character goes ahead of you, and it speaks really about who you are. Thank you very much, ma. And Barrister Folari, I know that you know that she's one of your ambassadors. Ambassador for CHL, please. Let's put our hands together again for Dr. Mrs. Abiola Babatunde Ojo. I'd like to say thank you, everybody. Thank you again for showing up this morning. Thank you for coming early. Thank you for being a friend of the family. And like Barrister Folari had said earlier, we'll give you a receipt for the legal advice you got in the booklet that you have with you. Coming up very quickly, I'd like for media to please play the profile of Mr. Wale Elushaki.
Wale Elushaki is a renowned Nigerian entrepreneur and business leader, best known as the founder and chief executive officer of Pomegranate Nigeria Limited, a fast-emerging third-party logistics company. Under his visionary leadership, PNL has experienced exponential growth, expanding from a single borrowed truck to a fleet of trailers, with plans to establish a strong presence in countries like Rwanda, UK, Qatar, Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia. PNL is set to launch the first ever cargo hailing app in sub-Saharan Africa. His dedication to PNL's growth and success has earned him recognition as a prominent figure in Nigeria's logistics industry.
As a truck driver. I met him a few minutes ago, and he referred to himself as a truck driver, even though he's not dressed as one. In 2009, he started Pomegranate Nigeria Limited with exactly one borrowed truck. Dr. Abiola said something about loans. He borrowed the truck to start his business. So if you are still scared, you need to listen to him. Today, he commands a fleet of over 200 heavy-duty trailers, servicing the biggest multinationals in the country. This is a living and a breathing masterclass for you in starting a small business and scaling up relentlessly. He is a leader who proves every day that impossible is nothing when consistency meets execution and opportunity. Please put your hands together as we welcome upstage Mr. Wale Elushaki. Please keep clapping, don't get tired of clapping. This is a master class that you should have paid for, but it's coming to you free of charge. No worries, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Once again, my name is Wole Ilushaki, and honestly speaking, I'm a truck driver. And that's the truth, you know. So please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. Ma, you've done a very beautiful work. Excellent work. And I think you should consider lecturing in schools like London Business School. Honestly, because what you've shared is what a lot of people pay thousands of dollars for to go and learn in that just a few minutes. So thank you very much. I also want to thank Barrister Folari. He's a good friend, and I used to beat him on badminton before. But now, he deals with me mercilessly anytime he handles me. All right. Thank you for the opportunity once again. I would like to make it as practical as possible. Because me, I'm on the street. You know, like Madame is in all those fine buildings, but we actually run on the street to make things happen. And just like the introduction, by the way, I'd like to recognize my other truck driver. I don't know why he's in ties today. Please stand up for recognition. I never knew he was right behind me. We've been talking about how to repair some trucks. You know, we started our business with one borrowed truck. And that's the truth. And the person that borrowed me the truck is still alive. He's a current Owa local of Iloko Jesha today. You know, I took him as a big brother, always go to him during Salah. And he said, outside of this, your 8 to 5 work, what would you like to do? I said, I already know, sir. I want to be a truck driver. And there and then, he asked me some questions which relate to structure. So when they say structure is important, believe me, it is that level you need to stand on to build whatever business you want to build. He said, so what have you put in place? I've registered a company named Pomegranate. I have GIT insurance. I say, but you don't have a truck. Now, it is opportunity, waiting for preparedness. If you don't have those things in place, it will just tell you, go and get ready and then come back. Some other guys will say, why am I spending money when the opportunity is not there? No, it won't work that way. Start getting ready day by day because that opportunity will not announce itself when it's going to come. So I will talk through my slide so I don't digress so much, we like to gist when we're in the tarmac. All right, so we're going to be talking about how to raise sustainable business capital. When you're setting up to start your business, you need to arm yourself with 2 sets of people. Very important. Very, very critical. One is a lawyer. And I'm not saying it to hype Folari or hype the profession. When I set out to start my business, I had a lady lawyer who is also a close friend to my wife, Barrister Chinenye. I called her. And I called another friend named Bola Dipaiva. He's an accountant, experienced one. I said, guys, I want to set up this business. You're going to be with me. We'll sit under the tree. There was no office. We'll meet at a restaurant, quick service restaurant to discuss. And they will tell you, do it this way. They must be part of your journey from the start, or else you will run into serious potholes. An accountant, for example, will pick your bank statement and organize it into a story that is relatable by a bank. Because bank want to see your story. You will just spend money, and money will come into your account. So you don't know how to organize it into a management account report that a bank can look at and say, with this report, this guy is credible. We can trust him with 100 million naira, 50 million naira, 1 billion naira, and so on. So you must always arm yourself with those 2 people. And if you don't have them in your life as a business person, it's not too late, please. As you are leaving this conference, talk to Barrister Folari. And then look for a credible accountant that can assist you to organize your book. So we can go to the next slide. Now, one of the biggest misconceptions in Nigeria today is that capital is scarce. No. There is money on the streets of Lagos, on the streets of Abuja, in Kano, in Port Harcourt, in Yenagoa. There is money everywhere. However, how would you attract this money? is what we need to talk about. I mean, oftentimes we see aircraft loading Nigerians out of our country. But the same aircraft is loading foreign guys back into our country. What are they seeing? It's because there are opportunities there. There is a load of resources, funds in our country. Now, but the challenge is, how do you raise capital that can help you to sustain your business? Like Madam said, not all capitals are good capital. So if you don't know, you will run into any form of capital and then you get into trouble. Many businesses fail not because they lack funding, but because they lack structure. Now, your business must not be all about you. As we are here now, I have guys on the field, guys in the office doing one thing or another to keep the business going. You can't just make it to be all about you. So, structure will determine how quickly you would survive. If you don't have any structure, believe me, even if you have $1 billion injection into your business today, you're not going to survive. Because it can't be all about you. And the more money you attract, the more structure you need. It's like somebody who is going to build a skyscraper and you decided to have a wrong foundation. You know what's going to happen? It will collapse. So structure is like, just see structure as a foundation that you want to build that skyscraper business on top. All right. The next slide, please. Now, we know the challenge we face in this country. You go to the bank today to borrow money, minimum 30% interest. And some guys in Europe, we hear that and say, oh my God, how are you guys surviving? But this is the terrain we find ourselves. We run logistics. 1 minute, diesel is 900. Another minute, there is a war going on in the Middle East. And suddenly, I'm paying the price in Nigeria. Diesel moved to 2,000 naira. And then my client cannot absorb the whole impact because it will push up their final product to their consumers. And then you need to find a way to juggle the whole thing. So that's the volatility we experience in the environment. In the midst of this volatility, we need to find a way to still survive. It's important. And then, Madam highlighted trust deficits so significantly. My first experience with the now MD of Sterling Bank, very interesting conversation. I walked into his office with the help of a friend, and he said, oh, we need money for small manufacturing business and money for logistics. I never knew the man has gone back to do a lot of background check. I didn't just know. Oh, he just said, oh, your name is this. You started this company so time. Started like a prophet telling you about your life. It's like, okay. And he said, you see this manufacturing, I will not put my money in it. But this logistics, I'll put my money in it. Okay. Sir, why? He said one word. That was in 2015 or 2016. And that thing stick with me till date. If anytime I'm tempted to misbehave, I will remember. He said, you are an investable young man. It's like somebody giving you green card. That, in fact, I flaunt that everywhere. I said, MD of a bank said I'm an investable man. That's a big-time certificate for me. You know, when somebody walks, I say you're an investable man. That means I can put my money in your business. I can commit my money in your hands. And that actually guides my behavior. So if you're venturing into business and hoping that one day you'll be able to attract funds, please, trust is very key. No matter how little. I ask people, imagine people you grew up with 10, 15, 20 years ago, and you know they have reputation for not paying back loan, irrespective of how small. Would you have that confidence to put money in such person's business? Never. No matter how sweet, good-looking the business is appearing, because they have that bad reputation over time. Somebody walked up to me sometimes and said, oh, I need 50 million naira, but I know you know somebody that can give me that money. I was tempted to actually refer the person. And then I remembered, this person borrowed 200,000, he didn't pay back. 5 million, it was war. I had to call back and say, sorry, they said they can't borrow money. They don't have cash. Because I don't want to put myself in trouble. So, trust deficits and trust management is very important. Next slide, please. Next slide. Folani, I have just 6 minutes. How did you manage this time? You gave Madam almost 1 hour. So, the COMP framework to be able to attract funding. One is that you need to structure before capital. You've seen people say, oh, they have this startup and they're attracting this kind of funding. I don't know how they do it. But if I use my street sense, it is not right. You have an idea and somebody will give you $1 billion. It's like they are doing some magic that I don't understand. Structure must come first before capital. The second point is that you see your capital must be used to match a certain purpose. And this purpose is not just idea. You need to have something you are doing that they can put money in, not just, oh, I have an idea of, I don't know how people invest in ideas. It's tough because you're not seeing that thing. And then the third thing is you have to build investors' confidence. This is very critical. And then I go into the core slide. Next slide, please. Financial discipline is very key. You see, your story of financial discipline can be seen in your bank statements. And as much as possible, make sure all your inflow goes into your business account. Your business inflow should flow into your business account, not into your personal account. Otherwise, your story will not be clear. You cannot tell me you have a turnover of 1 billion naira, and by the time we ask for your bank statement, 200 million is going into your business, and then you're not bringing your personal statement to tell us, oh, 800 million came into your personal. Something is wrong. The story will not add up. Corporate governance and accountability is very key. No matter how little, make sure you have people around you that are advising you. No matter how little, make sure you have people that surround you, that will sit, even if just once in a year, and you call it board meeting to say, oh, let's look at your audited report. Let's advise you. They will critique it. You might not like it. In fact, oftentimes they will tell you things that you don't like. But that's why they are there. And then there must be operational clarity. You can't be the alpha and omega of your business to start with. And then when you have HR department, let them do the HR work. If you have accountant there, let them do their work. Because you brought them in because you believe they have the expertise. Right. Next slide, please. Falana, this your timing thing is really pressuring me. Do I have the liberty to go beyond the time? Thank you. All right. You need to match capital with purpose. It is very important. What exactly are you doing? I am in the business of selling bread. And then they will need to see your story. So when they are putting money in your business, they know they are putting money in the bakery business. But when the purpose is not clear, there will be a problem. And avoid short-term funding for long-term assets. Madam already said it. If you are in a logistics business like hers, and you want to buy a truck that is valued at about 120, 130 million, and then somebody is borrowing you money for 3 months, you know you're already in problem. Clearly. You go to all this quick fix bank to borrow money. Minimum you should do is 3 years to be able to pay back, except you want to load whatever we don't know. If it's the regular consignment you want to ship, Lagos to Kano, you cannot pay that money back in 2 years. It's not possible. I mean, I'm talking of if you use brand new truck to operate. So you must have clarity and avoid using short-term funding for long-term business or assets. Now, equity for expansion is also very important. But before you get to the point of using equity, your story needs to be good. Your story needs to be nice. You need to be sweet to the hair. Because you're saying, bring your money and own a part of my business. So what business are you going to present if the story is not good? If it's not returning good profit? And by the way, if you're truly returning good profit, why not plow back your profit to expand? And then debt for working capital is something one also needs to be careful for. She already explained it. You need to know the kind of debt you need to use for your working capital. At the next slide. And then building investors' confidence. I have a friend, I hope I have permission to mention his name. He's the MD of WealthBridge. And he gave us one of our biggest tickets. In fact, since then, they've offered us like 3, 4 more. I had to slow down to say, oh, God, calm down. Because it's not all about getting money, really. It's not, I mean, if today we want to keep attracting funds, we will keep getting it. But to what end? If you don't need money, don't take it. And don't bite more than you can chew. And this is very important. how do you build consistent investors' confidence? It's through consistent reporting. And they will see this in your audited reports. You don't need to start with the big ones. In fact, we are not even using one of those big ones. We're using one of, a firm in the second tier. But then they are still reputable. You can use a regular accountant to organize your story. And then he will put his seal and stamp there that, oh, I put this together. Transparency is very key. Let your yes be yes, let your no be no. You see, the moment your yes is beginning to have an element of N in it, then doubt will set in. And then to attract funding will become very difficult. And you have to deliver on commitment. Now, there are times that you'll not be able to meet up. It happens. You need to walk up to your investors confidently and explain to them your challenges. And you see in your explanation, they must be able to trace it and say, this is true. Not like you're just making up stories. Right? So you need to deliver your commitment, and they must see that whatever story you're telling them is true. All right? Next slide. Okay, so important that you have to optimize your cash flow. When Madam was talking about cash flow, I remember the story one of my friends told me when I was setting out fully. He said, he was explaining cash flow to me. And he said, yes, you have a house you are living in. But do you know you now remove block from your house to go and pay school fees? That story rings in my head always. At any time I remember, I always laugh. And that tells me that cash is king. You need to be liquid at all times, especially in our industry, that not so many people want to offer you credit service. Or your vehicle is going on the road and then is in the middle of nowhere and your driver needs to buy tire. You cannot be telling him story that I don't have cash. No, you have to provide that cash. You know, I tell people that in our business, even if you have 20 million naira cash in your account, it's not your money. It's not your money. Because one incident like this, that cash is threatened. So you can't say, oh, I have 30 million. Oh, it's my money. I can do as I like. In fact, you know, the way this thing works in our industry, it's like it's waiting for you to spend that money. The moment you blow that money like this, you just say a call, Oga, what's that truck no? You know, whatever you spend the money on, you'll not be regretting like, what happened? So cash is king. You have to build strategic relationship. Ahmed Lawal, the MD of Wealth Bridge, has been my friend for years. This was a guy I called when he was VP at FCMB for years. He would not pick my call. To now think the same guy was one that gave us our biggest offer. So if they're not answering you yet, don't feel bad. Keep knocking. And then make sure you maintain strategic relationship and partnership. Because it is people that have known you for years that can help you. Strangers oftentimes do walk in to offer you big things. You know, someone like Folari can give you a referral to maybe minister or madam can say, okay, come and meet our board, take over our logistics service. I mean, madam, am I talking your mind? You know, so that's the way it works. You know, don't expect some angel from somewhere to come and help you. Yes, there are angels, but please work with the one you can see every day. And then negotiate financing terms. If you don't have that strength to negotiate on your own, I already told you, harm yourself with a lawyer, harm yourself with an accountant. Take them with you. While they are doing the argument, you'll be listening. It will embolden you to say, no, what my accountant said is what we're going to do. Because when you are alone, you can easily be beaten. But when you are harmed with people around you, you know, you feel better. And then it's important to use hybrid funding. You know, in our early days commerce, they told us sources of funding. One is own capital, your savings. Savings, your own personal money. Put your money in your business. Save and save and save. And start with your money, because anybody coming to put money in your business, they want to see how far you have gone yourself. But than just carrying briefcase and saying you want to come and invest in my idea. Imagine me walking up to someone that said, I have a dream of running logistics. I see myself owning 50 trucks. And they say, have you ever done this before? Show us. Because you see, when you have proof, it's a lot easier. But when it's just theory, they say, okay, thank you very much. We'll come back to you. All right, next slide. All right, so inside from us, I think I've explained this. Access to capital is not victory. When we got the funding from Wealth Bridge, it runs to billions of naira. And one of my bosses before, and the mentor, Mrs. Uko, I'm a Nestle boy, she called me and said, Wale, I heard you collected this amount of money. I said, please go on your knees wherever you are. I need to pray for you. And honestly, that was one act that I really appreciated. Because in our environment here, when your guy said that, you've taken a loan of 5 billion, they say, you're a big boy. It's time that's the time they should be praying for you. They should hold service to pray for you and say, this guy must not fail. Because the more funds you have access to, the more pressure you'll be on to deliver. But when I see people celebrating you, you've taken loan. They see you as a big man, that's why they can give you. No. You see, the next 2-3 years of your life, you are not yourself. Except you're not a serious-minded business person who is ready to keep to commitments. Falani knows, we used to have road work, and then when we got closer, I would tell him about the story of my loan pressure. One day I posted something on my status. We must have seen that clips. When one artist was saying, I should carry my bag and run away. I put it on my status, and Ahmed called me and said, Wale, let's all us anywhere. We're in this together. Because the pressure was so much and was so real. And in the midst of all of this, you have to keep paying for diesel. You have to keep paying your rent. You have to keep paying your staff salary. You have to keep paying for insurance. I can keep on listing everything. And then 1 minute you're in the office, you're like, oh my God, how am I going to survive? And then another minute you are the happiest fellow in this planet. Right. So that's the way it is for us. And proper management determines sustainability. The way you manage your business will determine how successful you will be. I've seen a number of people set up business here and they sit abroad. That business is set to fail from the word go. We know we have trust issue with people here. Because even the people that you have put in your business are ready to swipe you. They want to be business owners too. And they will just tell you, a guy is in Canada enjoying his life, making us to work here. So, in fact, the moment you start taking loan, you have to sit with your business 24/7. Think that business every day. Right. Next slide. I think that should be the last one. All right. So, the closing message, success is not about having capital. It's just a journey. Because again, I tell you, you want to keep borrowing, you want to keep expanding, you want to keep pushing your dreams to be bigger. So you have 500 million naira loan today. It's not the end. You should be thinking of how can you move to 2 billion in the next 2-3 years. And then how can you move to 10 billion in the next 3 years. And then if you take it now and you think that's a success point, then you failed from that moment. And then, believe me, it's about structuring and protecting that business. Thank you very much, everyone. And I hope you've enjoyed this session.
Let's keep clapping till he gets to his seat. What do truck drivers do? They deliver. Did he deliver? He delivered. Can we put our hands together for Mr. Wale Olushaki once again? He delivered on this one. I'd like to pick out some of his points. And from his point, I would go back to what Dr. Abiola said. She said something about strategic capital, and she referred to the fact that it is beyond money. It's your network. It's what you have, who you have access to, the people that you talk to, the people you network with, the people you partner with is very important. And one of the things that Mr. Wale had mentioned also, he said you should involve a lawyer, involve an accountant to tell your accounting story. You know, they help you put it together. So whether you're starting up or not, just make sure that you put your books together and support your books with your character also. Ensure that your business has structure. It is very important. And I would like to say on a lighter note that Mr. Wale and I have something in common. Guess what that is? No, I'm not a truck driver. When I'm not doing this, I'm a traditional wedding compere. And My first outfit that I wore for an event, I borrowed it also. I borrowed it from my sister. Shout out to my sister for giving me rambuba to wear for my first event. All right, so moving on very quickly, I'd like to also mention that he said that you should have people advising you. Have the right people in your network. Have the right people that talk to you. And also be a listener. You know, you cannot see yourself. You cannot, you don't know it all. So you need to find people, be in the circle of people who will talk to you and you will listen, who you gain some nuggets, from. Thank you. All right, we'll be moving very quickly to our first panel session. Who is excited? This is the point where you get to hear anything that they did not write down before coming. So you can be sure that you're going to have it live and direct, everything that they did not write down. And I think you can ask questions too. All right. Okay, I think you can ask questions too at some point. So for this panel session, we're going to have someone who hasn't come up stage before now. And based on the testimony of Dr. Mrs. Abiola, I guess she will be a speaker next year also. Okay, so just anticipate. I'm going to read her profile. It is not pre-recorded, so I'm going to read it. Please listen. I'll be presenting to you Mrs. Titi Lola Inumidun Oshinowo. Mrs. Titi Lola is a distinguished executive management professional with a robust academic background and extensive expertise across financial roles, including treasury, risk management, and control compliance. She is currently the Group Head Treasury and Investment of Adova PLC. A career spanning across about 2 decades, including extensive experience across the financial services, financial services, energy, oil and gas sector, having consistently demonstrated the commitment to excellence, including demonstrating various capacity across a multinational bank, Stanbic IPCC, precisely a member of the Standard Bank Group. Madam Titi Lola is an alumnus of the prestigious University of Lagos and Queen's College, a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. She also aids other renowned professional certificates with an MBA from the University of Roehampton, United Kingdom, where she gained the distinction in her research dissertation on sustainability and women empowerment. A Wimborne Fellow, she currently serves as a member of the Governing Council and chairperson of the Women in Treasury under the Association of Corporate Treasurers of Nigeria, ACTN. She's deeply committed to driving sustainable businesses, growth, and passionate about sharing her extensive knowledge of financial management, ethical empowerment, and corporate governance through business coaching and mentoring to business empowering teams to excel in dynamic business environments. Please welcome with me Madam Titi Lola Inumidun Oshinowo, FCA MBA, as she comes up stage for the panel session. Please keep clapping till she gets here. You're welcome, ma. Also joining her is the amiable truck driver, Mr. Wale Elushaki. Please keep clapping. Don't stop clapping. And joining them is the host the convener of this conference, Barrister Folarin Oloyede. Please clap for our convener. Thank you.
All right, check. I'm not sure I want to sit in the middle of these powerful people. Okay, sit over there for better coverage. Thank you so much. All right, you're welcome to the panel session. This is where we're going to probe some of the things you said. But I know everything you said came from you. So I'm going to start with you, Wale, Mr. Wale Elushaki. Okay, so he mentioned it in passing. He was one of the people that trained me how to play badminton. I just couldn't understand everything he was doing there. As much as I thought I know how to play, he would still do something I didn't understand. Then something happened. What now? Okay. Yeah. There's so much talk about financial discipline, budgeting, strict budgeting, and all of that. I want to know, how do you balance that with responding promptly to emerging opportunities? Now, you've drawn the budget. You said, this is what we're going to do throughout this year. This is how we'll spend all the money. But an opportunity shows up. And most times, taking opportunities requires spending. So, how do you balance that? Strict financing, strict budgeting, balancing it with emerging opportunities, which are usually short-lived.
Okay, thank you, Barrister Folarin. It is good to identify opportunities, right? But you see, in the space of financial discipline, if you divert your fund to that opportunity, will that be taking you away from your core business? One, will it be depicting you as being financially reckless and financially emotional? Because I tell people, you don't, you see, when it comes to doing business, you don't do business because it's your passion. You do business because it's going to give you money. And then when you tell me, oh, I'm passionate about it, it is one thing, but will it give you money? So it is important to draw that line. And then you see, if the opportunity is not necessarily going to give you money, why not source for fund elsewhere? And then maybe make it a new business entirely. And let it go through its own gestation period. So I'm in logistic business. My funding is meant for buying tires, paying for diesel, and suddenly somebody walks up to me and said, let's open a law firm because we can make money. Maybe the person just finished from law school and they just, managed to wind his head well. Now, the question is, I'm already leaving my space. Even in my core space, somebody now telling me, let's go into the business of selling trucks. It can happen, but not immediately. You have to move into it gradually and not distort your current cash flow. Otherwise, you would be chasing new business and you will kill the current one that is giving you money. I hope I've been able to answer your question.
Yeah. Mrs. Oshino, what's your take on that?
In addition to what he said, it's very important for us to ensure that we manage I would use 3 acronyms. I would say MMM. Not the MMM.
Okay. Please, thank you very much. Because in this age and time, that what you just said now could just be picked and then it goes viral.
Yes.
You may not have the opportunity to come.
Exactly. So I was just coming to that. Managing cash flow, right? Ensure that you have strategies in place to manage your cash flow. First of all, I would say spend on things that will give you value. He's mentioned that focus on things that you have expertise in. You have strategic expertise in. Spend on things that will provide value, not on fancy perks, not on things that are non-essential. Also, you also need to ensure that you diversify your access to funding. So, do you have access to the MD of Adova PLC mentioned how we were able to surpass some of the challenges and we were able to conquer it. We had multiple access to bank credit lines. So I would also talk about have a strategic opportunity reserve. So we are in this period where people are talking about strategic petroleum reserve. You have to have that kind of reserve that you can tap into when you have these opportunities that come up. But like he has rightly said, know your niche, know where you are good at, and also ensure that you are very strategic in taking up these opportunities. I'll stop there for now.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll ask you another question. What makes debt attractive? Because we've seen that, we usually hear stuff like cost management is also a source of profit, because if you keep your costs low, you have more left. Your revenue can, after you've taken out everything, because revenue, your profit is basically what you have left after you've done all you need to do from the revenue that came in. So what makes debt attractive? When is it right to go for debt? And what advice do you have for the very anti-debt people? There are people, the typical African, say, my yawo, don't borrow money, because there's a thing about your peace of mind and debt is like something happens. So when should debt be an option? What should make it attractive to a business?
Thank you. The MD of Adova PLC mentioned 3 types of capital. She mentioned strategic capital, patient capital, and trusted capital. What makes debt attractive? There's a dearth of patient capital. There are not so many institutions that are willing to wait, institutional financial providers are willing to wait the long haul. And some of these projects, some of these businesses require that patient capital. So sometimes business have to go into debt. Also, where you have a project where your returns beats your costs, right? So you look at a project where the expected returns beat your costs. You may have to consider exploring debt. But you have to make sure that your returns are returning. If your returns are not returning, so, you're just going to a wasted business venture. Debt is leverage, right? So you don't have to look at debt as a rescue or a palliative, or I just want to take advantage of this. Or you take a debt you tell the bank or the financial institution that you're taking the 5-year debt, or you use it to marry another wife or something like that. No. So, you have to ensure that the situation in which you are taking debt is something that you have carefully calculated, right? It's something that provides the return overall. And also, in addition, not all business wants, you've mentioned equity injection as if you want to go into expansion, working capital, expansion, strategic expansion. However, there are some times where you don't necessarily want to open your business, or you are not at that point in time where you want to open your business up to equity. So debt may be an option for you in that case.
I will come to that subject of equity at some point in this conversation. Wale, I have this question for you. You're a handsome-looking man. You're a handsome-looking man. At least you can believe me. I'm not a woman, so I will be sincere. I will be sincere. Okay, so how do you balance intelligence? How do you balance the desk work with the doggedness that logistics in Nigeria requires? I've known a close relative of mine started a logistics business at some point. It's not even the trailer one, it's bike courier service. And all through the lifetime of that business, all of us were not. So that business came to an end for us to actually have peace. So I'm wondering, because The typical guy there can say, you say he's just a truck driver. Just get trucks and drivers, and you are in logistics. So as you're answering that question, I want you to also speak to to what makes it possible for you to relate with very big organizations like Nestle and all of that. So what makes you able to relate with them? So you're handsome, but you are dogged. How are you achieving all of that?
Okay, so I'll take like 3 questions. Let me first respond to the question on debt. And I would like to make it very practical. So imagine I set out to buy a truck valued at 100 million. Let's just put as a base price. And I need to buy 10. Because, to start logistic business these days, they will tell you the minimum you need to have is 10. So you're talking of 1 billion naira. And take it that I'm just coming out of paid employment and I've worked for maybe 10 years. And how much do you think I will be able to save every month to be able to put 1 billion together to buy 10 trucks? So we need to start seeing debt from that point of view. To say it's a leverage. What you cannot put together in 3 years, someone is saying, come, show us the structure, take the money, go and buy it, and manage these things, and in 3 years, all the asset becomes yours. That's just what they are saying with debt. So if you start seeing debt as a problem, you would not venture. And like you said, you see, debt and peace of mind, there are 2 lines that can never meet. When you now had logistics in it now becomes 3 lines that, in fact, you are running, in your sleep, you'll be walking, right? So the question now is about
you being a handsome man.
Okay, intelligence
being involved
and
in very rugged
all this
business.
fine desk work. I like to answer questions practically. So take knowledge as you knowing all the traffic law in Lagos. I mean, most of us here, we do drive. So we know when they say no U-turn, we know you cannot U-turn here. But intelligence is when there's a major roadblock. Google Map has shut down. But you still knowing how to navigate to get to your destination. Intelligence is not what they will teach you in school. It's what you learn on the streets, what you learn in the field. For example, I say this in our business. Lekon is in transport business. He's a fine man too. If I see Lekon as my competitor in that space, the day I'll start chopping some canes, he will not be there to rescue me. But today, Lekon has saved me. On a particular project, he has saved me well over 80 million naira. Because I opened up to him, I said, Lekon, I want to do this. I'm getting this at so price. He said, no, Egmont, I'll take you to somewhere in Shagamu. They will deliver the same value for half the price. And that was what happened. So in logistics, you don't treat your so-called competitor as competitor. They are collaborators. Because the experience I have had, he didn't have those experience. He also had leveraged on my experience on how to source for fund, right? The same way, a gentleman reached out to me yesterday, Emeka. He used to do logistics into other countries outside Nigeria. He's got a contract and he wants to negotiate his price. He reached out to me to say, how do I negotiate my price? Because I'm not familiar with intra-country logistics. I had to give him the rating and the template. So how do you balance it? All your competitors, quote and unquote, are collaborators. Otherwise, you'll be running alone. And you will even see where potholes are. And you get into, and you see, this business, one incident can take you out completely. One incident in logistics can wipe out the business entirely. So that's how we've been balancing it.
That's very deep.
There's a third question you ask, right?
There's a third question about...
Thank you for clapping.
Yes. The third question is about, balancing, I think you addressed it already.
Okay.
Balancing intelligence with the doggedness that the logistics business Nigeria requires.
How do I relate with the likes of Nestle and co?
Yes.
So there's the flip side of being a truck driver. So when you want to do a pitch, let them see you now. See the guy cock up in good tie. When you're going to meet these guys, you appear differently. You showcase a different kind of knowledge. Now, you package everything on the streets into a into a language they can relate with. When you're going to meet bankers, you convert all those your trucking knowledge into a PowerPoint presentation they can relate with. So everybody speaks their language. I cannot go to meet bankers and be telling them core transport languages. They cannot relate to it. But I have to convert all of those things to financial stories. If I go to Nestle and the likes, I have to tell them the value addition story to their business. Then you start talking about TAT, turnaround timeline. That if I pick your product from Lagos here, in 2 days I'll be in Kano. They understand those things. So it's about speaking language they can relate to it. If I come to you as a lawyer, I have to find a way to translate my story into something you can work with. Or else you're going to find it difficult to help me. So we're at the center of it all. But the smart thing to do is to be able to make sure you convert your story to something the other party can relate with.
Thank you so much for that. Language. In closing, I have a question for you, Mr. Oshino. When is the right time to start giving up your equity? When is it right to start giving up your equity? I know we've spoken a lot about debt and debt and debt. It gets to a stage that those who want to finance you want to be co-owners of your business. How do you get that right? When is it right to start doing that?
Thank you. So in that case, the business has grown to a case where you want to strategically expand. And you need the high-level capital, very intensive capital funding to help your business to get to the level you want to get to, right? And after you're doing your due diligence, we've talked about engaging lawyers, like the Chlp. We've talked about engaging accountants, right? You've done your feasibility and viability studies. You have seen that this business is going to provide a high level of IRR. However, you do not have the funds, and you want to tap into those opportunities. Then you've explored perhaps some level of long-term debts, and you don't want to, you've considered your debt ratio, and you don't want to expose your business to too much debt that can lead to some people coming to take over your business. Then you can consider having part ownership from other individuals. You may start with a private placement, or you may go for an IPO. So before you can consider taking equity, you're at a level where you have very significant high-level capital-intensive projects that you want to expand. You want to, structural projects, not taking debts, equity for working capital. No, you can't do that. But something that you want to take your business to the next level, then you may consider going for equity.
Yeah, well, in 30 seconds. 30 seconds. About equity.
Okay, so there's something they call build to last. So it's not about how much you have, how much you want to have, but when your business gets to the point where you think you want to build something that would outlive you. Because, most of us in Nigeria, we build business and center it around us. But oftentimes, those businesses, they usually do die after the owner passes. But you want to build a business that would outlive you, then start considering equity at some point. And then so that other co-owners can join you, and then you can then have a strong governance structure to be able to take your business beyond your lifetime. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the very candid answers. We've come to the end of this panel session.
Thank you.
Please, may I quickly invite Dr. Babatunde Ojo upstage for a group photo. A group photo for this session. All right.
Outlive you, and to do that you need equity, and before you can get equity, you know what it takes for you to get that or make it happen. Thank you everybody for still staying with us, and I know that you're gaining quite a lot from this conference. Can we put our hands together for CHLP, for putting this together and having you and I in mind? We'll move very quickly as we go on to the video for the sponsors for this event. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Can we put our hands together for our sponsors? And this can only happen if you collaborate. When you collaborate, you have fantastic sponsors, like the sponsors that have collaborated with CHLP this year. Thank you very much. All right, very quickly, we'll be moving to the next session. And media, please, can you play the profile of Mr. Olusanjo Fawole?
Olusanjo Stephen Fawole is a seasoned professional in the field of estate management. With over 2 decades of experience in the real estate sector, he currently serves as a partner in the prestigious firm of Ubosi Eleplusco Estate Surveyors and Valuers. Olusanjo is a multi-talented and purpose-driven valuation surveyor with an impressive track record of producing timely and unparalleled results. Before joining Ubosi Ele & Company, Olusanjo worked as a management surveyor and branch manager in the firm of Dia Fatimele & Co. Olusanjo enjoys responsibility and responds positively to leadership.
I'd like to point out why his perspective is very important to us and vital today. In a market full of speculation, Mr. Fawole has spent 2 decades physically valuing billions of real estate assets. Thank you very much. He has valued them physically, you understand. So it's not just speculation. And I'd like to say that he's widely known for a fierce philosophy that says that market doesn't reward certificates, it rewards competence and real numbers. So he's coming up today with real numbers to share with us the unvarnished, data-driven truth about asset valuation and market realities. Please welcome with me, Mr. Olusanjo Fawale. Thank you very much. Please keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping. Make it louder, make it exciting. Thank you very much. You're welcome, sir.
Okay, thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. And just permit me to stand on the existing protocols. I mean, for everyone who is here, thank you so very much. Barrister Folari, thank you. I mean, we share, he said this some times ago, and I should be proud to also say it here. I've known Barrister Folari for quite a while, not just from business perspective, rather. I used to teach him Sunday school so many years ago. You know, he said that, he said it, and I think I should be proud to actually say that over the years, watching him grow and watching the business do what it's doing right now is something that one should be proud of. So please, can you put your hands together for him once again? Yes. All right, so a lot has been said here, and so I will try to, within my time, just wherever I stop, that's it. I just go take my seat because the principle seems to be the same, but the terrain is just different, right? So the Dr. Babatunde Ojo did say quite a whole lot of things, and also the truck driver mentioned everything that has to do a lot with the principles, right? But again, it's just the terrain that is different. So, but before, I sent in a video, a less than 2-minute video. Is it possible that the media people play it? Are we good? Good, please, so play the video.
Imagine rent for like 400 and they're charging agents for 700, 800. It's really crazy. Nigeria is expensive, so yes, Lagos is becoming really expensive.
Yes, so, yes. The agent is worst. They are the problem in this Lagos. Lagos is becoming a very, very expensive place to stay.
I won't go back village.
If what you earn annually cannot even get you an accommodation, then it's a problem.
Is it worth it for the places that I see? Not exactly.
The estate I live in, it's on the high side there.
So rent in my area is around 1.2 to 1.5 million, and to be very honest, it's not really worth the price.
They started with 10% of your rent. When you look at other expenses that surround it, crazy fees.
The place I was staying before, the landlord is mad. As in, I would say the landlord is mad because the landlord is even the one collecting both agents and an agreement. I don't know what we are agreeing.
Why will agent collect almost equal money with house rent?
You've earned your agency fee, you've earned your legal fee, then what's the agreement fee all about, for crying out loud?
Agents, of course. Agents.
Let's blame it on the economy.
The standard we used to know is 10%.
So for example, if your rent is 1 million, 10% of 1 million is how much? That's 100,000, right? But when somebody comes and say your agency fee, the total agreement, the rent is 1 million, but the total package is 3.5 million naira, how come?
I hope there are no mad landlords here. The lady said, my landlord is mad. All right. Okay, so my business, because of time, I'm just going to reel in. What Folari asked me to do is, like I said, the principle, they've talked about the principle, is just the terrain. I'm not going to be talking about how to source money for raising this and all that, but I'm going to run you through a few parameters, where we sit currently in Nigeria, and so for you to understand the opportunities that are available in the real estate industry, right? That's very key. And so for meetings like this, I think when we talk about raising sustainable financial capital, one sector that should sit at the center of it all is real estate. And why? because it's capital intensive, because a whole lot of things. So let me run through a few data. Luckily, I think 2 days ago, I sent something to Barrister Folari. We do what we call the real estate report. We've been doing this for the past 8 years. It's currently in the printing works. I mean, I should have actually come with a few, but it's still going through printing. But I shared with him 2 days ago, and for the sake of people who are here, if you've dropped your email, you'll probably be the first people who have the privilege and opportunity to have that report electronically. It's a 170-page report, but for those who are very strong on data, in trying to do whatever it is that you do, it is very essential. Now, please go to the next slide. Now, we talk about basically, just like every other person had mentioned, every sector, they are challenging, right? Real estate is not out of it. Like you heard the lady who talked about the landlord being mad, right? And why is the landlord mad as far as she's concerned? The landlord is not just interested in our rent, but also interested in what? In the agency fee. You see, people who don't deal with lawyer, you have a major problem, right? But again, that's just on the side. So real estate, just like every other industry, it's enormous. But let me reel some few data to you. Now, the population of Nigeria is growing strongly. And as a matter of fact, I think I mentioned this some years ago for people who follow me or in some other conferences I've mentioned. There is a data that said that in 2025, the population of Nigeria will be 400 million. In 2050, the population of Nigeria will be about 400 million. Currently, we're about 200, depending on what you're listening to, 230, 200 and all that. So it tells you that this challenge is going to be there for long. Why? We have students who are leaving university every now and then, every year. You can imagine the number of students who leave school and who need to start their lives, either by staying in one-bedroom apartment or staying in self-contained. You can just imagine, just picture in your head the number of universities you have in Nigeria, the number of polytechnics you have, college of educations, people who graduate every year. So you can imagine the entrance into the real estate market. And yet we have a deficit of about 23 to 28 million housing units. Again, depending on who you are listening to. 23 to 28 million. Now, as if that's not enough, now to meet this gap, you need to produce about 700,000 housing units every year. Hello. You need to produce 700,000 units of housing every year to meet this gap. And I tell you, it's going to be tough. As a matter of fact, it's really, really tough. All right? So again, in terms of mortgage penetration, what is the mortgage penetration? Because the question you want to ask, which happens in other climes. I'm used to Canada very well. I know these are things that happen in other climes. The mortgage penetration in Nigeria is just less than 10%. As a matter of fact, about 6%. So the question, unlike what you have in other climes that have about 80% in maybe places like Canada, in the US, even in South Africa, you have about as much as 70 to 80%. Our mortgage penetration is just about 6 to 10%. So the question is, how do you finance getting an accommodation? All right. Now, so again, that's on another side. The other thing you may also want to look at is that, yes, I want to go into real estate investment. How can I ensure that I make money from the real estate investment? Again, just about 35% of the housing unit, don't forget we say we have a deficit of about 23 to 28. Just about 35% of real estate can only be used as collateral in Nigeria. That's significantly very low. About 35%. So it means ordinarily that so many people have houses, but it's just a dead capital. Meaning you cannot use your property to source for funds. Because when we talk about raising sustainable financial capital, there are ways you need to raise this capital. And one of the ways is what you have. But unfortunately, what you do have is not even strong enough. Because in Nigeria, there is only about 35%. All right. Now, let me quickly also jump into this, another bit of information because of the time. For Larry, I could take maybe additional 3 or 4 minutes, please. Okay. Now, the population. Now, population ordinarily is not a cause. But unfortunately for us, it appears to be. And again, if you think it is a cause, wait for 2050. We'll all be here by the grace of God. Except for those who are decide to leave. But again, we'll all be here. Now, the statistics told us that about 2,000 people come into Lagos on a daily basis. How many did I say? 2,000. These guys will have, these are guys who come into Lagos not having an idea of where to stay, who am I going to meet, where am I going to live. But the question is, Lagos is a bubbling place. Lagos is a land full of economic opportunities and attracts. Let me just find myself there. So you see about 2,000 people moving into Lagos every single day. Now, you can just juxtapose that and just calculate how many of them do you have on a monthly basis. Then how many of them will you have in a yearly basis? Now, also another statistics told us that in Nigeria, the urban cities or the urban centers, you have as much as about 400,000 people moving to the urban center on a daily basis. Talking about Lagos, talking about Port Harcourt, talking about Abuja and other cities. So, just imagine why when you went to the village, you see that the village is so scanty. That's the reason. All right. Now, so the population, it's not a cause. But again, it's some of the things that drive all of these challenges. Now, let me just quickly touch on, I just want to talk about the data, then a few other things. Again, why is this sector very important? And why is it that we must pay attention to this sector? Is because real estate sector and the construction sector have been told, recent, if you look at the CBN data and all that, is among the top third sector contributing to the world, to Nigerians' GDP. Real estate. So it means that there are quite a whole lot of opportunity in the industry. Right? But the question is, how do we attract capital? But before we even talk about capital, like I said, the principles are the same, but the terrain are different. So just like some of you are thinking, and two quick things I'm going to mention, not in my slide, but just whilst thinking about it, whilst I sat down. Two things very critical. Number one, investing in real estate or in attracting funding into real estate. Two things matter. Number one, as a matter of fact, I don't want, but not in order of priority, but let me just use it. Location. I told you about how people move into Lagos, Abuja, and all that. There's nothing other than because of what? Location. And the question you also ask, within Lagos itself, there are certain locations that we consider or categorize as what? As prime. Why? Location. You cannot take out that factor. Meaning, if you want to access funding in this real or raise sustainable financial capital to delve into it, then the question or the situation of what? Location matters. And again, what drives location? What drives a good location? Thankfully in recent times, Nigeria, great, maybe things are a little in terms of infrastructure. Infrastructure actually drives growth and helps location. All right? So, for example, if you stay in Abule Egba, for example, let me say Ayobo, for example, what the rent will be some 5 years ago is not what the rent will be now. Now, not necessarily because you want to increase the rent, but basically because of some of infrastructure, access to places, access to your workplace, your car don't no longer go into this and all that, blah, 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 you get it, but access. Now, the second thing, like I said, not in order of priority. Location, like I said, is very key. The second thing is what you call legal, the legal framework. And that's where Barrister Folari comes in. Again, a lot of people have talked about, and honestly, it's the truth. See, let me tell you, we are in Marriott now, right? A lot of people will think, oh, these guys are making money. Oh, it's a big edifice. It's good and that. But you know that beyond the edifice, what matters here is the rights that we're sitting on. Hello. This building is basically about rights. So the question is, what is the right that you have on this building? So unfortunately, people invest in real estate without taking into cognizance this issue of rights, the legal boundary. Because what exactly is the real estate? Somebody mentioned, I think the truck driver, and I think Dr. Abiola also mentioned it. It's not just about having houses and getting rents. Anything, the government policy can change tomorrow, demolitions here and there. It's the legal right. How many years unexpired do you have on the land? So if you're going to be investing in this real estate, you must begin to look at, does it make sense If we're in Marriott now, and I want to buy up this Marriott, and the unexpired time that you have in this place is probably 7 to 10 years, and you're asking me to put 15 billion on this property, it doesn't make any sense. Why? Because you have just about number of years for the right to exhaust. So 2 things are very critical. Number 1, I said location, not in my slide. Number 2, I talked about the issue of legal framework. And as a matter of fact, now, this is not in my present. I didn't put it down, but there's this study that came up recently. I'm very strong so about Nigeria. You know, the Real Estate Investment Attractiveness Index. Real Estate Attractive Index. Now, number 1, the investor protection and legal framework. Now, how do you have your investment protected? How? So people just, when we talk about real estate, in the ideas of men, they just think that it's just the brick and mortar. When you want to sell to people, the person you are selling to, he's not just looking at it, especially for those who think real estate. He's not just looking at it from the premises of brick and mortar. The man is looking at, am I able to buy this property? How many years will it take me to recoup my capital? Number 2, is it possible that this property is not just going to be a debt capital for me? Can I use this property to secure a lending? So those are the questions, and it is very important, all right? So these things are very, very key, all right? So real estate investment attractive, number 1 is investor protection and legal framework. I think I mentioned that. Number 2 is, I think I saw one of the speakers, he was going to be talking about, I think something, the capital market, and that's an area that, honestly, is one major source, apart from what others have said earlier on. The depth and the sophistication of the capital market matters. What is the depth and what is the sophistication of our capital market? And I must give you a good news. I think that in recent times, our capital market all over the world had been adjudged to be sophisticated and to stand well. Why? Because we have a very good regulatory framework, the capital markets. All right? Now, another thing that also helps, I'm sure a lot of people will like, is real estate this sophisticated? We should be talking about buying land in Mowe, buying land. It's really sophisticated. Number 3 is administrative burdens and regulatory limitations. Now, limitations in the sense that, yeah, like I said, a lot of things that we do here is just incremental housing. You want to buy, let me say this. I usually say it anywhere I go. One of the largest investments you can ever do in your lifetime is to build a house. If not, one of the largest investments, capital-intensive investment that you can ever do in your lifetime is building a property. How do you build a property? So these days you see people do it in incremental housing. How do I mean incremental housing? You buy a land, it's 5 million, you manage, you spread it over 4 years. You buy a land, before they give you the property, they tell you do this and that. Before you begin to put block, you take another 5 months to raise money for block, put it up here and there. You take another 6 months to raise it up. Then it comes to roofing. Roofing, you cannot do it in parts. You have to begin to look for 4, 5, 6, 7 million to roof, depending on what you are building. All right, so the limitations are there. And so these are the things that helps with regards to attractiveness. Another one is the real estate investment opportunities. I mentioned that earlier. Economy is about joint venture agreement. And I think Dr. Abiola did mention that. The truck driver did mention something like about, what do you call it? Collaboration is the name of the game and not competition. Hello? So you want to invest in real estate. You have your brother, you have a friend, or you have somebody who have land. And unfortunately, because we don't think properly, or we just think that because I have 1,000 square meters, you want to make all of the money. If you are going to raise sustainable capital, watch out for the next 2-3 years. I told you in the next 2050, and for the growing population, just have at the back of your mind, somebody must have a place to sleep. Somebody must have a place to stay. And if you are going to have a place to sleep, somebody must invest in that. And how does it happen? When you invest in that, you get rent. Just like the lady who said the landlord is what? The landlord is mad. You know, whether the landlord is mad or is not mad, she has to pay her what? Whether the landlord is mad or not mad, she has to do what? She has to pay her rent. She has to pay her rent. And it's the truth. Okay, so again, current market trends suggest that the future of the sector will be driven by smart, that's the word. Again, based on what we said earlier on. Smart what? Smart, what did I put there? smart financing, the structure, then vertical urban development. Oh my goodness, I wish I could do it here a bit, but I don't have the time. I mean, vertical development. Now you can't just put, do you know what it costs? Ikeja GRA here, a land per square meter has risen from 800 square meters to about 1.5, 1.6 million. You'll be lucky to see a land per square meter at 1.6 million. In Ikeja GRA here, you'll be very lucky. So if you have 1,000 square meters, just do that multiplication. I'm not going to do it for you. 1,000 multiplied by 1,006. What does that give you? 1.6 what? So meaning if you want 1,000 square meter in Ikeja GRA here, you are talking about something ranging from 1.6 billion to 2 billion. You'll be lucky to get it for 2 billion. Then the question is, how do you now build on it? Then if you want to build on it, you now go and build a bungalow. Sorry, Yoruba will say, akoti later. I'm sorry just permit me. That's not smart investment. You must go vertical. I see that a lot in Canada. And honestly, when you see how vertical, no wonder the environment is clean. No wonder you can talk about green environment because people go vertical. You could go as much as 40 floors, 40, 50 floors. Good, mighty floors. And you see people, there's no question of, then we talk about infrastructure and all that. But you must go, one of the ways that you must learn to go vertical. So when you build, because vertical helps you to generate additional income. When you put a bungalow in a 1,000 square meter, you have just shot yourself in the leg. Unlike doing like 7, recently I saw the town planning, the Lagos town planning, whatever you call it, for the next 20 years for Ikeja GRA. You know before now, you can't do more than some number of floors in Ikeja GRA. But now, because of the review, you can do, don't worry, 2 minutes, I'll be up here. Now, you can do as much as 5, 7 floors. Meaning that they've also factored in the need for you to be able to recoup your investment. And what again do we need? Vertical urban development, infrastructural expansion. We've said that the government is doing that. Every government, every now and then, want to do infrastructural development. Unlike what you have in the peri-urban center, you have to be the one to contribute your money, to grade your land, to do this and all that, unlike this. And strategic investment. So housing is no longer merely a social necessity or luxury discussion. It has increasingly become an economic survival issue. Thank you very much.
Let's continue clapping. Make it louder. Yes, Mr. Olusojo Fawole just put out very important information about real estate and assets in Nigeria, telling us about how real estate and construction is amongst the top 3 sectors in Nigeria's GDP. So we want to invest in real estate and we want to talk about joint ventures. He said something very important. He said you should think vertical. You cannot buy a land worth 2 billion naira in Ikeja GRA and you decide to put up a bungalow on it. And he also said something really important, and that is you need to inform or get yourself a lawyer. Whatever it is you want to do, you want to invest in real estate, get yourself a lawyer. And sometimes I'm a real estate consultant, and one of the things that I advocate is that joint venture I mentioned. When you're talking joint venture, you have some money, and you feel like the money is not sufficient for whatever it is you want to do. Do you have a friend? Do you have a sister? Do you have a brother? Do you have a cousin? You can put the money together. All you need to do is ensure you get a lawyer to put all the documentation in place. Documentation is very important. Get that sorted, and you can put up whatever structure on whatever size of land it is. You know, you have 2 plots of land. You can do 4 terraces. You can do 6 terraces on that same plot of land. Guess what advantage you have apart from having that building on platter of gold? Another advantage you have is that you have your cousin, your friend available to stay with your children when you have to travel on a business trip or whatever it is. So real estate investment is very, very important. Ensure you get lawyer, and when you're talking lawyers, you're talking CHLP. Moving forward, let's give Mr. Olusanjo Fawale a resounding round of applause once again for his beautiful delivery. We're moving very fast now, and we're going to have media play us the profile of Mrs. Temitokbe Mark Odige.
Tokwe Mark Odige, popularly known as TMO, is a wealth and investment coach with over 20 years of entrepreneurship experience. She is a certified life coach, NLP practitioner, an alumnus of the Lagos Business School, and a member of the Institute of Management Consultants. From being a successful makeup artist with 3 outlets, she transitioned into a successful realtor. Founder, Rep360 Limited, a real estate development company. TMO is also the visionary founder of WIRE, Women in Real Estate Africa. TMO is the author of 2 powerful books. She is the convener of the Game of Money Conference, which has gathered over 5,000 attendees in the last 2 years.
Upstage, the delectable Tokwe Mark Odige. She's known exactly for so many things she has done on TVC, on Your View. You know her. Everybody knows her. Last year, she gave us a memorable session talking about the Vantage Point. And today, she's coming to talk to us about raising sustainable financial capital in real estate and widely, as she knows. Please let's make welcome Mrs. Tokwe Mark Odige. Please, let's make it resounding. Louder, please. Thank you.
I like being clapped for. I want you to celebrate yourself. Please celebrate yourself. Please celebrate yourself. For every business owner here, celebrate yourself. I was telling Barrister Folari that this hall should have been packed, especially because of the topic. This hall should have been packed because many businesses have died. Many businesses are in crisis based on the lack of information on what we are addressing here. So for the selected honorable few that you value yourself, please give yourselves a round of applause. You are important and you are changing this nation for good. I would also like us to 10x that applause as we celebrate the entire CHLP team, celebrate the team that put this event together, celebrate Barrister Folari. Please, please keep it coming. It's extremely important. I'm talking about real estate. I've had amazing speakers, and they have done the heavy duty work. They have broken it down. I'm just going to share my story. I'm going to share it. This powerful man sitting here, he took me into Ekpe and we shook some ground in Ekpe. Please celebrate my wonderful agent. Stand up, let them see you. He's now running his own real estate company. Oh. Wonderful. I was so happy to see him. This is a life of growth. It doesn't matter how you start, just consistently growing. So I'm talking about raising funds within the real estate space. And honestly, while I would like to speak to my slides, I just want to tell you my story on how I started, because it is a very interesting journey. It is not aspire to perspire. I literally started with 0 naira. Literally started with 0 naira. I started my real estate company, registered and opened account, and there was no money. And I had meetings and meetings and meetings with people who had gone ahead of me to ask them, what did I need to know? What do I need? I want to do development. I want to own land. I want to sell. And I was very clear about what I wanted to achieve. And in the course of those conversations, I met people, and those people were very important. The most important capital that you all need is the people. And I know they've spoken about it, but I started selling other people's properties and raised my initial deposit from there. But I still did not have the assets. I just knew that I needed to at least start something. I needed to prove the concept. Mr. Wale, who calls himself a truck driver, came and spoke about the fact that he went into trucking. But he had worked in Nestle, so he had to prove the concept. He had an idea. If you have not done anything before, you have no business raising funds. You need to already know that there's a market for what you're trying to achieve before you start raising funds for it. So what I did was I started by selling other people's properties using their own products as my testing ground to prove that there is a possibility of growth in the business I wanted to do. Some of us are putting the capital ahead of the business. Let there be a business. Let there be a market. Let the market be tested. Be sure the market exists. So I started my journey selling. And then I had meetings, and I was asking everybody, I want to do this real estate thing. I want to do this real estate thing. Even though I was selling, but you know there are grades to real estate. Even right now, there are still levels that I've not uncovered yet. And that's the truth of the journey of business. You will continue to uncover more levels as you continue the journey. So I had a meeting with Mr. Dotun, and he's sitting at the back there. No, I won't tell him to stand up. He's a big man. But you can just wave your hand. Let them know that you are part of my powerful story. Just wave your hand, yes. He's at that corner in case you did not know. Powerful people like to sit at the back. Don't mind them, but we know them, which is why you should not overlook anybody wherever they are sitting. I had a meeting, and in that meeting, I told him straight up, being very blunt, I want to do real estate, and I want land in this Ekpe people are talking about. And he said, after the long conversation, that there was a land adjacent where they own, and that they had offered him the land. If you play in real estate, you know that if you're a good customer to community leaders, they will be offering you more land. So that was how they offered him more. And because I had consistently, and I've had several meetings, you will get several no's when you're raising capital. But you will not stop because you got those no's. Then he introduced me to that property. And obviously, you should not go into any transaction without a lawyer. And he said, my brother is a lawyer. There's no packaging to this thing. I literally met Barrister Folari in Ekpe on the site. We signed contract on his car. The journey doesn't look glamorous, but the principles are the same. You need to start with what you have. You need to start where you are. You need to network like your life depends on it. You need to ask everybody you know questions over and over again. But I will jump into raising capital, because when you are buying land, your first capital is actually coming through. There's no need to have my slide there. I'm not using slide. They've said it's 15 minutes. What will I speak with slides that's supposed to take me 1 hour to present? So leave this slide. Let's look at ourselves. The thing about the journey of capital raising is that your first capital, like I said, is people. Your moneyless are your first capital. You strike a deal with your moneyless. Guy, I have 10%. Give me the next 1 year to pay your money. At that time, they were giving up to 2 years. Now, moneyless don't wise up. So your ability to negotiate and having a bit of capital to deposit is very, very key. And you also need to take your lawyer on that journey to investigate and ask questions, because you will go through challenges on that journey. So the first step for me was to get the initial capital to drop with your money while I am raising funds via selling to balance up. That doesn't work like that anymore right now. You need to have more on ground. The next approach I did, and I've done it, is to do crowdfunding. How many of you heard of real estate doing crowdfunding? They are still doing it now. Some call it land banking, some call it buy, resell, buy back. I did it. You know when Mr. Wale just walked in, when he was talking about how when you borrow money, your sleep is affected. There is the kind of money you borrow. You have not prayed. No, I'm sure some of you here think that you are prayerful. You think you have prayed in your life. You have not prayed until you are owing money. And the money timeline is closing up and you don't have enough money. Your prayer life will skyrocket. You will realize that you and praying, you have now become Siamese twins. You'll be talking to God and praying without ceasing. That scripture now becomes your everyday reality. I've been there because I did crowdfunding. And you know what they're doing now? In recent times, when you are owing money, it is Instagram you will see yourself. It is calling out on Instagram. So it was a case of, I cannot afford to fail. God will not put me to shame, but I will not put myself to shame. I had to manage the money that I had. We had a long-term plan. That's why I said, I'm not telling you, I'm not going to do one-on-one principle. They've said it. You need an accountant. I started my business thinking I could use my brain. I'm an Ijebu girl. I can balance my account. That was crude. And I was doing well. But there is a level you are going to go. You don't just need an accountant. You need a financial expert. It's not an account. It's not those that are balancing sheets. It's not ledger. It is those that are going to do a forecast 3 years down the line, 2 years down the line. They are doing your projection based on your income in the past 2 years. I had a sit down. My accountant said, you need to have a conversation with your customers. You cannot pay this year. And you need to tell them ahead of the year. So let's say I want to pay somebody in October. I had a meeting with them as at December to restructure. Some of you wait until you will not communicate. So let me just use my slide for this. Transparency is very, very key. When you are building investor confidence, you need transparency. You need to know you need to have a trust factor. People need to know you, like you, and feel like they can trust you. So I raised funds easily on Facebook, and I raised hundreds of millions of naira from Facebook. I'm telling you. I simply just went there and said, we'll pay you returns on the investment. I promised more than I can. I was doing, my calculation was not calculated because I was doing calculation by myself. I didn't use an accountant. I was using Ijebu girl style. I was cutting costs. You don't cut costs on specialized people. You can't cut costs on having a lawyer. You can't cut costs on having an accountant. Those are not costs you cut if you want to run and grow your business. So I sat down by myself and I was permutating. I have gone to school. I've done LBS. I've gone to Dr. Lumide's classes. He's my mentor. When I put out my flyer marketing that I would give return on investment, Dr. Lumide called me. Tokpe, Ibolo is very 50% per annum. I said, sir, don't worry. I have done my calculations. Sir, I bought the land at a deal, and because I want to pay down payment, they will give me more discounts. I will make the money, sir. We will sell at this rate. It made sense to me. Hello? It made sense on paper. We were supposed to sell out within 6 months because I had done 2 other estates and we sold out within 6 months. Alas, when it was time to sell, we were not selling. How do you refund investors? Am I going to give them land? They want money and they want profit. So the land was there. But we didn't have the cash flow, liquidity to cover up that cost. And guess what? Even in our putting, and we did have a document with them, giving them like, oh, we could give you land, but it was not tight enough. I have seen some documents now that real estate companies have given to investors. Omo, if you like, go to police, go to court, go to any, you will be patient. You will be patient on the matter. They properly tightened and covered every possible ground with protecting themselves and even the investors. If you don't pay the lawyer the money, you will pay police. And you will pay lawyer later. Because you will go to zone 2. You'll be resuming there regularly. And you will still pay the lawyer. And you will still pay police. Because of what you were trying to avoid in the first place. So going back to what I said, the first step when you're trying to, if you've raised capital and you are seeing commerce, and the real estate industry has had a lot of commerce recently. I did farming. True, I'm telling you my own story. I did farming. Bought land. Went to bring in yams. I brought in yams from Nasarawa. I used trailer to bring in yam seedlings to Lagos to plant. I'm talking thousands of tubers of yam. I did not harvest up to 10,000 tubers from the 50,000 we planted. It was stolen. They say it got rotten. Whatever it is that happened, investors were waiting for money. We paid the first year, paid second year. By third year, my accountant said, you are not a philanthropist. You are not harvesting. Why are you still trying to do this thing? Because you're trying to protect your name. Transparency is extremely key. So I took my customers. Here is video. We planted. This is the trailer. We offloaded. This is the planting video. We built farmhouse. I did Zoom meeting. I was showing the process. Because you don't expect them to trust you because you know what you are going through and how honest you are. You must let your customers know what the journey has been, especially if you did crowdfunding and you have made promises you cannot fulfill. By the time I finished doing the second Zoom meeting, my customers were praying for me. Your eye looks swollen, no? Are you sleeping? I'm telling you, sometimes you are thinking that everybody is going to be wicked, that they will drag you. I had almost 99% callback that was compassionate because I was communicating with them. I explained what happened. You need to be transparent. You need to be consistent in your communication with people. I wrote about competence. And we can't miss it out. It's not, if I didn't involve we paid out, was it last year? Was it last year or 2 years ago? I think it was 2 years ago. Maybe was it last year? I can't even remember when we paid. Because it was like 2023 and 2024 was a battle. I could be slaying on Instagram, but you guys have no idea. I was praying. It was vigil. There was a day literally. I was just crying. I was in church one day. We were doing a meeting. Mr. Makinde was like, talk about what's going on. I said, I'm okay, I'm okay. He said, no, you're not okay. I said, next, now cry. The cry was, it was, you know when you're crying and you're like, that was the way I said, talk about what's going on. He just put me, no, you cannot do this here. Let's go to the corner. You know when you look like you are too big to be breaking down like that outside. It's just that the truth is, the challenges of when you go into, if you don't raise sustainable capital, you will give yourself high blood pressure, you will destroy your family name, and you will destroy the company you have built. When you don't build sustainable capital, when you don't raise sustainable capital, not only does it impact on your life, your name, your children, your business, your staff would lose their jobs. Do you know how many real estate companies have folded up in the past 24 months? And the ones who have not totally folded up, they are comatose. They've shut down many offices, businesses that have existed for over 10 years. This is not a topic to joke with. It's not a topic we can fully delve into at a conference like this. But this event is supposed to open your eyes to go and have those tough conversations. Go back and look at your book. Have a conversation with your customer service. You can't dodge it. No member of your staff should be dodging a customer's phone call. No conversation should be too heavy for you to have that you won't be able to say, sir, we're so sorry. Ajagungbale has taken over our land. You will say it. Because if you don't say it, it is going to hurt you and it will destroy your business. Because it can testify that we have an estate that for 1 year we could not get to the land. And in trying to get to the land, somebody even unalived. On the land. Bought land legitimately, finished paying for the land, and family were fighting and they sold our land to somebody else. And customers have bought the land. And they are expecting, and they are calling. What's going on? TMO, you were supposed to do a location. I say, yes, sir. Yes, ma. Every time I will call, when they call, I will pick. No matter how heavy it is. If I don't pick, I will send a voice note. You cannot dodge those conversations. When you dodge it, I know some companies right now, they have disabled WhatsApp lines that were used for sales before. You're killing yourself. You're destroying your most valuable capital, your reputation. They can't reach you. All your staff have resigned, and you are not doing press release to say, we have resigned. Landway went through challenges. They have not fully finished, but they are managing reputation like no man's business. For years, you will see every month they will do press release. On their Instagram page, they will break it down. This is how much we sold. This is what is going on. Price of iron has gone up. Price of cement has gone up. You owe it to your customers to communicate. Because you don't have a business without them. As business owners, as we conclude, raising sustainable capital is not because, there are businesses that we cannot achieve the goal we want to achieve with our real estate deficit without raising capital. Because there's a huge gap. There's an infrastructural problem. The structure of the real estate industry, from mortgage, access to funds, the inflation has put major crises on ground that small businesses are trying to solve by themselves. Possible work. There is a whole lot that needs, the way banking sector cleaned up, the way insurance cleaned up, that is the way real estate industry and mortgage needs to get their acts together so that the real estate industry can survive. Until that works, we are all chasing something that is illusional, that there will be affordable real estate in this country is an illusion. But while we're chasing that, and while we're trying to solve a very crucial problem, we must not lose ourselves. There's a category of greedy Nigerians who use real estate as a scheme to fleece people. I'm not talking about them. They are not here. I'm talking about you. You own a legitimate business, but you're not prioritizing legal representation. You own a legitimate business. You want to build your business. You are not prioritizing an accountant. You're not prioritizing consultants. You will pay consultants money. You'll be wondering, what are they doing? They are showing you the gaps and helping you to avoid pitfalls. So like I said, in conclusion, I've said conclusion 2 times. Now, by the time they say third one, you know I've concluded. So one more coming. In conclusion, please, as you seek for funds, ensure you need the funds you are seeking. Ensure you have tested the business you are putting the funds into. Ensure that your legal document, when you are collecting that funds, protects you, whether you collect the funds from individuals, family members, or you're collecting it from the bank, financial institutions. Ensure the document protects you at the end of the day. Because what is at stake is huge. We are paying the price for the companies who failed to meet up with the requirements. Companies that did not deliver on the house. Companies that did not allocate the land. Those that did not refund money. Those that did not deliver on the promises. Every other person, what you do is not affecting you. It's affecting your industry. So if he fails at logistics, it's not him. The entire industry suffers. If one real estate company fails, the entire industry is struggling to cover up. If your business fails, it's not about you. It's about every other person who is going to enter into that space and will not get funds. Who they'll be using your business as an example for. You cannot afford to fail, and you will not fail. You will do the work. You will align your business. You will get the experts. And thank you for being here. Finally. This is the last one. Never lose the trust of the people who have given you funds before. If you have anybody that gave you money, any relationship in the past that has gone sour because you did not give them back their money, today, go back and repair those relationships. Go back. Go and apologize, even if it is a bank, even if it is an individual, even if it is your mother, if it is your father, your brother, your sister, your younger one, your cousins, if anybody, talk of strangers on social media that worked hard for their money, if they have given you money and you have any issue with that money and you have estranged yourself from them, go and open that conversation today. Rejig that relationship, not just for you, but for the others who are going to be affected by it. Thank you so much.
She's a shaker. She will just shake you. Please keep clapping, keep clapping. She has delivered her constituency. Thank you very much for those very intentional words from you. Something she said that sits with me is the fact that whatever it is you do will not just affect you. It will affect quite a number of people. It will affect other people in your industry. You would have to make up. You make other people need to make up for the mistakes that you have made. So ensure that you do your due diligence. Ensure that you have credibility. Your trust is very, very important. So we'll be moving on now. And I would like to... Pardon me. I'd like to inform every one of us that Bank of Industry is present here to offer their services. They're right here at the back. So please approach them. They'll be ready to answer your questions. We're having a panel session now very quickly with Mrs. Tokpe Makodige. and Mr. Olusanjo Fawole, and also Barrister Folarin Oloyede. Thank you. I'm sure so many people have questions, but I have the privilege to ask the questions. So pray, hope that I ask the question that's been on your mind. And I'll be asking the question, hoping that everyone on the panel can answer the questions. So to everyone on the panel, to all the panelists, the question I'm asking right here is, why is it that neighboring states are unable to benefit from the housing demand surge in Lagos? Why is it that neighboring states are unable to benefit from the housing demand surge in Lagos?
I think they're benefiting,
okay.
Heavily. The major Lagos mainland workforce live outside from Opik to Magboro, all the way to Mowe. People are coming all the way from Redeem Camp to work in Lagos. I think there's been a lot of benefit to Ogun State has benefited heavily from the real estate market in Lagos. If they have now properly, the benefits is superficial, but they have benefited. There's a lot of workforce living in Ogun State. Majority of them are coming to work in Lagos from Mowe.
Okay.
Even now, Shagam himself is coming to work in Lagos.
All right. Barrister Folarin.
All right, if I may speak to that question. Well, yes, people have moved to Ogun State, to live in Ogun State, as Ogun State, as a government itself, deliberately taking advantage of the surge in Lagos State. Because everybody still wants to find a way to live in Lagos State. Somebody who was in a 2-bedroom apartment doesn't mind squeezing into self-contained. Yes, the housing units are gradually springing up in Ogun State. But what we have seen is that people are preceding planning. And that's a future problem. So people are, if you go to some locations, e.g. Magboro, if you go to a place like Magboro, people have gone there ahead of the government. I think it takes government 5 years to discover that people are already living here. So that's the angle I'm looking at it, that why hasn't a neighboring state like Ogun State, or let's say, how can neighboring states do more to take up that pressure that is building up and ever building up in a place like Lagos State?
Okay, if I may come in, right question, and just like she said, but taking it from that dimension, you think in developed countries, and I think I say it most times if I have the opportunity, usually infrastructure precedes development. That's what you have in developed countries. Again, I'll make reference to Canada because, I'm very aware. Now, there are places that they are planning spaces for population in the next 15, 20 years. Planning, and not just planning, but allowing those infrastructure to be in place. Now, I think where the government, or where we've not done so much as would have been done, is basically the issue of infrastructure and the being deliberate on the part of the government now. Because if you see Lagos, Ogun State ordinarily by now should actually be doing, if Lagos is 90, 100%, and say Ogun State should be close to 70, 80% in terms of maximizing the opportunities from Lagos. But I don't think, I stand to be corrected, but I don't think that's the way. So what do we need to do? Infrastructure, infrastructure, infrastructure. The government has to be deliberate. Now, there are places you travel, people walk like you said. Even when you walk from Magboro now, you still come to Lagos. The question you want to ask is it convenient? Those are serious questions. it imparts, because housing generally goes beyond just living in a house, having a place to put your head. It also goes about influences your health and all of that. There are places in some advanced country, you stay as much as you live in Ibadan and work in Lagos. You pop in your train, and in 30 minutes, you are, I mean, without stress, you just, it's there. I mean, these are things that we see. It's not story. So it's doable. Even in transport, you can put on your Google when you want to leave your house. Say, for example, in Canada, you want to leave your house. You can say, okay, I'm going to Chain Lake and I want to be there by 9. It tells you, oh, leave the house in 3-4 minutes. You'll be there by, I mean, those things are there. So I think that, yes, as much as some of these things we're making those, and I think it's not by choice, it's just because it has to happen. Because you cannot afford it. Ordinarily, honestly, I would want to stay out of Lagos because Lagos is actually congested. I want fresh air, right? Lagos, I'm sorry again, it's not there. But you want to go a place where you can actually, you can see the green area. You can have, I mean, Ogun State could afford you that opportunity. But the question is, are the infrastructure available? You don't want to leave Lagos by 5 p.m. and get home by 11 p.m. at night and wake up 4 a.m. just because you want to rush. I mean, you are gradually reducing your lifespan.
Please let me also, that was really, really profound. But the government needs to see the money in developing the fringes of Lagos. So they are doing, the state government to tell you that we can't just develop only one area. They need to share whatever infrastructure they're developing across the entire state, because they are seeing it as, I am giving to the constituency. So I allocate, I'll give you 100 billion. This area will do 10 billion. This area will do 10 billion because they voted for me. I need to do something there, even when there isn't much economic activity within the area. So the state government needs to see the naira and kobo of how putting a highway in Magboro will profit them. If they are able to do that math, they would invest adequately. But we also know, generally, we don't really have many leaders that think in that line. They're just thinking the fastest way to retain power. So I think that at the end of the day, to a large extent, we are on our own in how we would deploy the solutions we seek to have our governments do. We'll solve the problem by ourselves as much as possible. So would there be highway in Magboro now? Except your next governor comes from that area. It's not going to happen.
Well, if I could just add, if I could add to that conversation, I see that government doesn't necessarily have to be the one spending the money. You know, there's a lot of eagerness by the private sector to develop infrastructure in certain places. Of course, it's happening already. You see companies come together to construct a road that's going to serve the entire public just because they have their own estates down that road. So if government comes in with what the people cannot do, something as certainty of title, I believe that a place like Lagos State, if you map out a certain number of hectares somewhere that looks like middle of nowhere and guarantee title in that place. See, if you are owning property here, you bring the real estate companies together and say, okay, you take this place, we'll give you instant C of O. Instant C of O. And it says, and the condition is to that is that you're going to do this development over this period of time, and we are going to give you the necessary backing you need. So if something like that is in place, I believe that the housing issue that we have can be faster, can be resolved in a faster way. Because of the truth, the funds that government has to spend on housing is very, very limited. And it's still the private sector that can drive that conversation.
Sorry, again, I agree, but I feel that as much as individuals can come in and do those things, one thing I have realized, and which is a major problem, again, conferences like this afford us the opportunity to have this conversation, is the issue that the will is not there. You know, we have people, I mean, putting funds, just like people have said here, I mean, strategic funding. It's not, don't forget that it's not your money. And you're doing it not because you want somebody to be happy, but you're doing it because you want returns. So, for example, you want to put your money together to do this and all that. But what happens with the security? How did you get it? How do you put all of this? It's a different thing for you to put your money together and say you want the roads. It's another thing for the road itself to yield the kind of investment that you want. Not because you have not done your own work, but because of the things that lie strictly within the purview of the government. I'll give you an instance quickly. You talked about the CFO. There's an African country, in 7 days you get your CFO. An African here, you go there, you want to do investment. In 7 days, you get your CFO. But the Land Use Act had been there for over 40 years. Now, how many times have we repealed the electoral law in Nigeria? So many times. Every now election wants to come, you want to repeal it. But not once have we been able to repeal that land use law. And it's still a problem. So if it's a fundamental problem, right? Again, I'm sure, like I said, conversations like this gets the ears of the government, and everybody will tell you there are challenges here and there, but we must man up as government. Again, do you know, lastly, as I conclude on that angle, do you know that the amount of the alternative power supply that Nigerian generates is enough to power the whole of Nigeria? Yes. There's a research to that, meaning you have a solar panel in your house, I have a solar panel in my house, I have this and all that. By the time you aggregate it all, it can actually power the whole of Nigeria. But the problem is, these are individuals doing this, right? So as a matter of fact, if I have an alternative power, she probably don't need to have an alternative power. I could sell to her close to me. But the truth is, she's doing her own. Now, we're not even talking about the environmental hazard it has here and there, but go around, and it's the truth. How many kilowatt do we need? I mean, I'm not in that energy sector, but research have said it. How many do we need in the entire of Nigeria for us? But the truth is, the alternative source of power we do have, individually, can actually power the whole of Nigeria. So it's a function of the will and the capacity to actually do it. I am not going to be, for example, Ogun, even Oyo State. I expect Oyo State by now. You don't have to wait to say, build the roads, open new cities. Open new cities, open new roads, let there be police station, people will go there on their own. They live there and they'll be fine. Like I said, I stand to be corrected, but hey, I've played in this industry for over 20 years to know a few of some of these things.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, you can clap if you want to. Yes. I'd like to ask three of you, of course, if someone who is young, a young professional that's growing, just earning a modest salary, and they come to you to ask for advice. You want to build sustainable capital or wealth, rather, in real estate. What's that piece of advice you have for someone who is young, enterprising, and modest salary, modest earning? They want to invest in real estate. They want to be wealthy through real estate. How would you advise them to go for it?
Well, I'll start first.
Okay.
Sell. Can you sell? I think TMO's story is a good model. It's a very good model for anybody who wants to venture into real estate business, because it's, at the end of the day, is can you sell? That's everything about business. At the end of it, we can talk all the grammar and everything. At the end of the day, can you sell what you're doing? So anybody who wants to go into real estate business big time, start selling someone else's product. See how much you can sell. It is when you start selling someone else's product that you know the market you actually have access to. When you know the market you have access to, then you can now tailor whatever product or service you want to sell in your own, doing it from your own business. So that's my quick answer to that.
Thank you, Barrister.
Okay, so the approach I'll take, if you're earning small money, your first investment is to learn how to increase what you're earning. Small money will not take you anywhere. There's no way I can help you stretch 1 yard to cover someone that is weighing 100 kg. It's not possible. That's expecting a miracle. The goal should be, if you have small money, get the skill. And there is never been easier to increase your income than now. Now, you can, from your phone, do a Udemy course, get certified, and you're paying next to nothing, you might not be able to afford a house, but you can afford to pay for a course that will position you for promotion. You can afford to pay for a mentorship program that would afford you more money. So at the end of the day, the first thing I need everybody that wants to make more money to do is to learn how to make more money. Pick someone in your field. If you are into real estate, find a real estate person that is already making the kind of money you want to make and follow whatever they are doing. If you are a lawyer, how is Barrister Folari doing this? Okay, let me gum Barrister Folari. If I follow the principles, I would be able to achieve a similitude of results he has. Whatever company you are working that is paying you that small salary, look for the highest earner in that office and make the highest earner your friend. And ask the person, how are you closing this sale? How are you earning this salary? How did you get that promotion? What course did they do? If they don't tell you, go to their LinkedIn page. They are probably celebrating the courses over there. And you to start taking those courses one by one. Then you will start earning a little bit more. And then you have a little more to play around with in the space of investment. While coming here today, I was listening to a message from Dr. Lumide Emmanuel. He says that you become by making some mistakes. You will lose some monies. And you will survive losing those monies. And then you realize, oh, I can afford to lose this money. Then you know you have passed that money. When you have lost some serious, like when I say we have paid investors hundreds of millions of naira that we did not earn. And I now looked at myself. So if I can pay investors this money, it means I can risk this money on some transactions. So you need to make enough money that when you lose some money, you survive. And that is how you start stepping up from the place where you have little into multiple, but you cannot take away the place of learning. You have to learn. You have to invest in self-development.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so from my end, with what I've said, I like this payoff line of a company, Nike. Nike will just tell you, just do it, right? So many years ago, I bought a land. So many years ago, how much was the land? 350,000. It took me 3 times to even pay. Right? But you don't want to know the value of the land now, right? You don't just want to know. So most times we are like, oh, the money is not involved. Just start
Buy
something.
the bush.
Yes. I mean, just start something. You're waiting to buy Ikoyi. You're waiting to buy Ikeja. I trust your faith, but again, start from somewhere. Just start somewhere, whatever it is that you earn. And I tell people, regardless of whatever it is that you earn, whatever it is that you're earning that is small, is somebody else's maybe annual salary. That's what you're earning a month. So just start something, put your money, ask, like she said, ask questions, just invest. There are lands here and there. The most important in all of this is the structure that we have talked around them. In doing them, make sure you, speak with the lawyer so that the legal part is properly tightened. And that's it. The other angle is going to be joint ventures. Like I said, joint venture necessarily don't have to be from your friends. You want to buy, there's a piece of land. Do you know in Mowe or so? I know what land used to be there. A 300 square meter now is over. You will be lucky to get 30 million for a 300 square meter. You'll be very lucky. And somebody will say, Mowe, so many years ago, you know what it is. But a 300, this is information I'm privy to, a 300 square meters.
I sold Mowe for 2.5 million naira. And that same land right now is selling for about 25 million naira.
That's
it. I've done real estate for about just 5 years plus. So within that period of time, buy the bush. Buy it small. Buy and keep. Buy and throw away. And then, but be checking on your land.
That's about it. All right, then. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay. I'd like to take your question, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much to the panel session. I'm very passionate about this panel because I studied real estate management. So you guys are the ones making money.
I actually studied estate management.
Yeah, making the money, but some of us went, 5-6 years to school, right? And just in contribution to what you mentioned earlier, you had talked about the need for such services such as solar, right? And this is one of the strategic initiatives. stop multitasking. Right? You see what DRL has done. DRL has done, right? If we didn't have that refinery now, only God knows what all of us would have been going through, right? So that's kind of like a public-private partnership, right? Even if it's not, it's privately owned, but there are some initiatives that are necessary for common good, such as the road infrastructure. Maybe the question will now be, oh, would there be a toll on it and all that? But I mean, these are things that we can get around with, because even in electricity and energy, we are seeing a lot of public-private partnership in it. So that's my contribution. Thank you. You guys did the work.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. Thank you very much. We'll be moving very quickly to the next session after this photo session. Please keep clapping. Don't get tired of clapping. Don't get tired of clapping. All right. Before we move on to the next session, we'll have a short break. And please note that when the conference is over, we'll have something to munch on outside. Very quickly, we'll have spoken words performance from B.A. Finisher. Please, can we put our hands together for him? Yes. Anticipate. Spoken words, very important.
All right. If you're cold in the room, wave your hand. Don't worry, that doesn't make you a fish or a meat. But if you're cold, it's okay, just wave your hand. Okay, so you're going to give me a hot 5. So this is what we're going to do before I do what I'm here to do. So you're going to clap with each finger, have one open, and the other, you're going to start with the first finger till you get to the 5th one. Whichever way you want to do it, just make sure. So follow my count. When I say 1, you start with 1, okay, till you get to the 5th one. If this is your 5th, anyway. So are we ready? So make it hit your palm as hard as possible to feel the warmth, okay? Are we ready? 5, 6, 7, go. 1. Continue. 2. 3. 4. 5. Okay, now rub it together. Does that help? Thank you very much.
Money, money, money.
Always sunny in a rich man's world. All the things I could do
If I had a little money, it's a rich man's world.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, businessmen and women, good afternoon. Norman Vincent Peale once said, and I quote, "Empty pockets never held anyone back. Only empty heads and empty hearts can do that." End of quote. I hear some say money is scarce. The banks are stone cold. The only smile are the ones with pockets full of gold. They say you need a link, connection, name, someone in power, or you'll be standing and stuck from hour to hour. They must think capital is just cash sitting pretty in the vaults, patiently waiting for Prince Charming, the tycoon. Businessmen and women, capital is trust. Capital is proof. Capital is the story you can tell with numbers that don't lie, with sweat that doesn't evaporate when the rains fall too hard. Here, business does not answer to polished speech or flawless facade. It follows the walk as the shell, the snail. It follows courage, doggedness. It follows the die-hard doer, not just the dreamer. Go ahead, have an idea as sharp as a blade. But if ignorant of the market, it will fade. Because business is like dance and war, both. Dodge the trouble, but still take your chance. Watch your steps while you do the 2 steps. Save your head while you stay ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, does money come easily here? Do tell. Does it fall like rain? But you must make it flow. Walk the walk and make the walk work. If it's worth it, walk it. Forget the fake flex. Forget the empty hype. Because in this terrain, fake falls apart fast. And credibility is the currency that holds long. So you say capital, businessmen and women. To launch a business means to successfully solve problems. And to successfully solve problems means listening, says Richard Branson. I say listen. Listen with your ears, eyes, mind, and heart. Listen to the cold water minerals seller who is seeking storage boxes so our products can stay with the identity. Listen to the students who seeks data that won't diminish. Listen to the commuter seeking comfort and promptness commensurate to the cost of transportation. Listen to the farmer seeking storage and a bridge between farmer and the consumer. Listen to the family cramped in one room, seeking an extra leg room that won't cost an arm and a leg. That is the problem. If you can solve that well, they would ask for more. That is the business, listening and responding. So you seek money to make more money. Great. You want capital that lasts, that flows, that stays. Fantastic. Have you built trust with your name? Have you built trust with your name? Do you know your numbers? Straight and clean, not projections on the screen. Because here, fake falls apart fast. This land will test your faith. This land will test your flow. If your foundation is weak, it will break within. So build with root, not just with speed. Build with service. Build with need. Think long, think deep, think wide. Not just round for the promise. Keep. Build for the storm. Build for the rain. Build a phoenix that out of ashes would rise again. This land is rough, but the soil is gold. This land is rough, but the soil is gold. If you plant with patience, your harvest will grow. Because here, fake falls apart fast. Build with root. Build with tenacity. Today's great thing, the best thing that happens today, is yesterday's small thing with a big dream. As you know, dreams do come true, but it doesn't come to pass in your sleep. Stay woke. Remember, that business is not just to make profits, it's a door to open for more. More jobs, more hope, more proof that it can be done. That in this terrain, in this Nigerian terrain, the determined still win. My name is B.A. Finisher. B. A Finisher. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can you say all he said offhand? Can you deliver a quarter of what he said? Okay, what did you learn? Be a finisher. Huh? Fake falls apart fast. We have brilliant students we have trainees. They're upcoming. All right. Can we have the video of our sponsors very quickly? Thank you, media.
Good morning, team. New day. Let's keep the world moving.
Morning. All set. Trucks ready.
Great. Let's load it up.
On it. Forklifts coming.
Perfect. Let's go, team. Every item, every scan, every detail. Handled with care and precision. Every detail matters. Handle right. All right, lifting now. Stay clear. Copy that. All clear on the right. Moving to the bay. Guide me in. You're good. Lord.
Let's get this pallet to its destination. We provide unmatched logistics excellence that keeps businesses moving. Smooth and efficient, just like our service.
Pomegranate Nigeria Limited is trusted by industry leaders like Nestle, Friesen Campina, Wamco, Promasidor, Solina Research, and NME. Our expertise is proven.
We deliver results.
Every time.
Thinking that it happened overnight, I didn't. In it for the long haul flight, committed. Wanted me to fail out of spite, I didn't. All bark but they don't bite, they timid. Thinking that it happened overnight, but it didn't. In it for the long haul flight, I'm committed. Wanted me to fail out of spite, but I didn't. All bark but they don't bite, cause I'm timid. Look, wait. I got people trying to wish and pray that I'ma fall about it. All about it till we spoke in person, don't wanna talk about it now, huh? Oh, you sound tough, toying with them, don't get wound up. How you wound up, another number in the round up. Put the town up, I built this thing up from the ground up. And if I bounce up, I get my crown stuck. Green light go, got the east side flow. I'm a giant in the space like FIFA4. All the kids sing along like EIO. Every time when they see my shows. Thinking that it happened overnight, yeah, didn't. In it for the long haul flight, committed. Wanted me to fail out of spite.
Thank you very much. Was that distracting? We're just dancing and vibing to the music. Thank you very much to all our sponsors. Before we call on the next speaker, I'd just like to ask, who thinks raising capital is like dating? Dating and raising capital. You think there are any similarities? You think so? It's difficult. It's stiff. You go and approach so many people trying to raise capital. You have some. If you approach about 100 people, you might not even get a response from 98. You get a response from 1, and at the end of the day, maybe 1 eventually responds to you, like finally invest in your business. Relationships. You get to meet like 100 people. 99 are not even worth it. Or let's say 97 aren't worth it. Then you end up with 2 talking stages that you're just talking for free, or you're just talking for fun, or the talk did not even work. Then eventually, hopefully, one day, you finally get one after maybe like 7 years. So it's difficult. You have to keep trying. Ensure that you have what it takes to get capital. All right, thank you very much, media. Please kindly play us the profile of Mr. Olanrewaju Ogunkunle.
Olanrewaju Ogunkunle is a dedicated business leader and visionary entrepreneur with extensive experience managing dynamic and innovative subsidiary companies to sustain growth and excellence. As the group CEO of RevoCube Links Group, he has been at the forefront of fostering innovative solutions in technology, media, and real estate and renewable energies, driving operational excellence and building sustainable business models in these sectors, all with a focus on exceptional customer experience and making life's tasks simpler, more efficient, and more sustainable.
Please make welcome with me to guide us through the landscape of digital transformation, business diversification, and practical sustainability. We have Mr. Olanrewaju Ogunkunle. Thank you, sir.
Okay, if there's a doctor in the house and you can check my heartbeat now, it will be racing very fast. So when Barrister Folarin reached out to me and said, oh, you were speaking at our conference, this is like the third time inviting me. The first time, I think I was having a conference too. The second time I was out of the country. And this third time, I said, okay, I think I can try, I can take it on. And when I saw the list of speakers, I called him back. I said, can you just find a way to reschedule? Just let me hide in one panel session, ask me 2 questions, and let me get out of here. Well, for some reason, he gave me faith that, okay, I should come around, I should still say something, right? And by the way, there's a truck driver, I'm an Okada rider. So those who know, they know. And coincidentally, I just discovered that for some reasons, I've had some partial or direct or indirect touch with every speaker here. Madam, I've been on your views before. My Oga, you're a truck driver, I'm an Okada rider. And coincidentally, we discovered that we have one big egg together in Nesu. So we are connected. Obosi, definitely, they are currently doing some valuations for us. And definitely, Honorable Barrister Folarin, thank you so much. Thank you so much. You are the kind of people that should really have right honorable in your name. Because creating a platform like this, at least I've done conferences 1 or twice. I know these things cost money and time, dedication and resources. And even continuing to do it back to back is actually where the strength is. Thank you so much. And some people decided to show up so that, because I told them that I might not be able to do this alone because of pressure, 2 of my co-founders are here, Mr. Shegu and Mrs. Olufemilayo. Thank you so much. Thanks for coming around. So if I scan through the cloud and the faces are scary, I'll quickly run to your face for guidance. All right, so capital, please, that's my slide. Maybe you should hide it because in the next few minutes, people are already tired and the very, very learned and exposed people are already spoken, right? And I think what I would just do is that I will tell my story, like I said, follow the lifeline of everybody that I've worked. So it's easier. Thank you for putting me in this kind of position, not first or second. So I've learned, I'll just read the notes he gave and I'll just clap for me, a bit we go. Thank you so much. All right, so I'll just do a quick story. I was born into a small, large family. For my mom alone, I'm number 8 of 10. So my father had more than 2, not 3. So filling the gap later on. So growing up, I had that was part of another thing. Adova, okay, I didn't stay my touch with Adova. We went to Adova to pitch because I provided power for some oil and gas, retail, NMPC and the likes. And I'm like, oh, I can power your station. And Adova said, we're already doing that. So I went to them as a vendor. Coincidentally, yes, we deployed some stations for them. And later on, they became my vendors too. At some point, when I ran out of solar panels, it was Adova I called. So thanks so much, Adova. So as I was saying, right, as a very young guy, right, Madam, I really appreciate the MD of Adova because I understand what it takes for a woman to be in power. So, for example, my mother was in telecoms. Anybody knows Nitel here? Yeah, she was a manager in Nitel. And my father was in Alcatel. My mother was a no-nonsense woman. Like I said, when you have that number of children in the house, you have to find a way to make sure that there's some level of sense distributed across board. So we had a policy growing up, no televisions. You will see the television in the morning, you will clean it, but you dare not turn it on. Your life depends on it, and literally depends on it. But fast forward down the line, there was something I had access to. It was computers. Because I work in an office, we had a computer at home. So the only source of escape was working with computers. So as at age 8, using Windows 95, it's now safe to turn off your computers. I built my first website and I started working with tech. And fast forward, got to university. It was time for university, right? I've been in tech, like I said, I've been doing web products and the likes. For any software developer here, if you understand what we call syntax highlighting, is there any tech person here? When you're typing code, it guides you and tells you, oh, you forgot to put question mark here, comma here. So those days, it was Notepad. Notepad had no syntax highlighting. You will write 3,000 codes, no complete. And when you are done, you run it, you now discover that your error, it won't even tell you the line. So it was that crazy, but yes, so that's how I started. Fast forward, I was signed for university, I had to go to school, and I was excited that I've been in tech. Let me go and do computer science. Point one, people. So somebody in my mom's office just said, you better calm down. See that computer science you're rushing to go and do. You write math equation on your head with turn. Go and look at most of the universities, computer science under mathematics. So if it's this thing that you're passionate about, you think you want to go and do university, it's better you think twice. So, all right, so I decided that, okay, let me find an alternative, closest, next thing to I love. I love electronics. Computer was electronics. So I studied physics electronics. And I went to a university that my dad today called a glorified secondary school, but I survived. By the time I came out of university, simply because some other of my peers went to federal universities or studied abroad. So I graduated from my university, draw. If you know, you know what draw is. So as a draw student, you should know that it's not about intelligence. You have to learn how to work with people. So I would say my first business started actually in university. Capital Abi, so people were looking for capital. I think I was in 200 level, and there was a course that is general to everybody, even you're in Faculty of Science, CMP 201. I was in physics. I've been coding since before some people even bought jam form. So my first way of raising capital was to start tutorials. So I started doing tutorials, and I started making some small money from there. Gradually, that same business graduated into doing programming codes and even helping people with that. I was helping 400 level students with their computer projects, software, code it, print it, and the likes. Now, second problem. You see, sometimes skills alone don't solve your problem. Business can be taught, but there's something that also has to be instinct that knowledge can work with. So me, I just like what I was doing now. Maybe it's just to code. So people come to me, and I will code the code and give them. Anybody that knew university, I was always fixing laptops and repairing computers. Then one of my friends, one of my closest friends, approached me that, the way we are going, your wardrobe is filled with Gary, you just die of hunger. And you're fixing people's computers. These laptops, if you know what to have a laptop then, you must have crossed some level. You are fixing a lot of laptops, and these people would have paid outside, right? But they know Larry is a nice guy. Larry will fix it for free. So we came up with a strategy. He said, anybody that approaches you to fix anything or code anything, let them talk to me first. When I now say, it's okay, somebody's laughing because that's currently the situation, even at this stage. So when I now finish talking to them about the business, and if I agreed on price, then I'll tell you to go ahead and do it. So that's the problem I fight today. Me, I'm the tech guy. Let us just power that factory. My partner will come, Oga, come with this 200 million on the line. Calm down. Calm down. So from there, I started my first company, unofficial, unregistered. Until I graduated from university, that was sustaining me, and I didn't really have to ask for money from home. Then after graduation, I'll come to real estate. They said Lagos is the bubbling. I studied in Ogun State, by the way. They said Lagos is the bubbling way. Once you come, there's money on the streets of Ikorodu Road. Just open your bag and we're packing it. So I checked. My eldest sister was living in Lagos. She typed precise in Surulere back then. So I came to Lagos with 3 shirts and 2 trousers, a backpack, and a laptop. So I came into her house. As a tech guy now, I would just come into the house, work on computers. I approached somebody that was I'm looking at that time, I'm trying to make sure that it makes sense before I'm done here. So I just approached one of the big bonds that, oh, please, I can work in your company. This is what I do. This is a software developing company, right? So I can do this, I can do this, I can do this, I can do this, I can do this. So I started working there. And me, I can work for free. So money was not coming like that because I understand that my boss too was even struggling to keep the business running. So no pressure. But my sister couldn't understand it. You are working. You come to this house at 10 p.m. You leave very early. You didn't even say that, today, this bag of rice I brought. You know, the first 2-3 months, you say, my blood, you're my G. 3rd month, this is Lagos. Lagos is almost like maybe New York or London, like, okay, calm down, kill you, shave you by. So I discovered, okay, how can I solve my problem? I started living in the office. So I work Monday to Sunday, Sunday to Monday. From there, I go to church and the likes. Fast forward, yes, I had an idea and I built the first products. So the first subsidiary of Rebel Cube Links Group started about 15, 16 years now, and officially registered in 2013. So we started as a technology business, trying to build software solutions for schools. And yes, the solution started growing gradually. I'm trying to look at that time. And revenue started coming small. So I wanted to go the tech way. Maybe this is when my first slide might be useful. So what was happening in the market is that you say, I am doing this, I have this number of users, and this is my projection, and VC will come and say, come, take $1 million. Bam, the person will be on the news. If you were in your bags then, you will see how tech businesses were raising money. So a lot of people don't know what happens, the sweat that is under is when they come out, they say, this company raised $1 million. Before you finish thinking about your life, another friend of yours calls, I just got into YC, and they just gave me, how is this thing? So I tried, I started pitching. This is where these capital people will help me. I started pitching my idea. Hey, I do this, I do this, I do this. But the language I was speaking, finance people were not understanding it. I was just talking tech and passion. This is the feature that will be in it. This is what it can do, this, that. So I couldn't raise money. So I went back to my grind. And maybe that's why I'm here, because maybe I'm the only one that couldn't raise money, and that's why I was called to talk about raising money. So the next thing was I started looking inwards. How can I survive? How can my business survive? So these are some of the, venture capital. So maybe this slide will maybe go to the next slide. So VC funding was definitely not for me. I knew that it was, see now, we've talked about all this. So the speakers have helped us. Next slide. So after a couple of years, grinding, staying the doors, friends and family started coming in. When your heart is racing the next payment cycle, the next salary. Unfortunately, I got mentors, and this is one of the most detrimental things. You see, when you get a mentor, and your mentor is too far above for you, sometimes it can cause more problem for you than solution. Let me explain. My first major mentor in that time was Inyabueji. He was just about starting Andela at some point. And he has been to Canada, he has good English. His problem is, maybe he might be watching this. His problem might be, I felt like his problem was lesser than mine. So he's settled. He just has passion. So he was giving me some advice. I'm like, good. So for example, at some point, he told me that you are doing tech products, you are doing website, mobile app, school software, this. You have to focus on one. I said, yes, I get it. You can speak English because you've raised money. I have not raised money. So websites and mobile app pay for, want to buy petrol. So some expenses that are just showing. Then why the school software? Because it's subscription-based. When that subscription comes, we tie it to things like paying rents, major things. And explain them. Guess what? 5 or 7 years down the line, I just understood what you told me years back. Because it was too far for my stage to handle. So next time, please, if we are picking mentors, have the mentor on the top, then have somebody in the middle ground. That's like your interpreter. That will decode whatever that high-level mentor is saying, because that person just passed through that junction you are in, and that person can clarify it for you further. So I'm trying to be fast. Then the next thing I saw is that, how else can this business grow? Cut expenses. I think they've said it. So about, I think 7 or 8 years ago, when Yaba used to have stable power supply. So I never had a reason to buy a generator. So power supply was stable. Then I used to live in it's a studio apartment. It was studio's room safe, Abi. So my room, I can stretch my hand and touch the 2 walls. That was the size of my room. And 2 people can't enter my kitchen. That house is still in wire. So I was a tech guy. If you know tech guys, sometimes our brain opens at night. That's when your coding is seamless. Then they started complaining about generators that can't run generator, you're disturbing neighbors, and all those things. Some people said some things, I thought they were joking. Until one evening, I bought my petrol. You know those type of generator that you buy petrol and engine oil and mix it together? And I was listening to go and put on generator and let me start my work for the night. And I looked under the step. My generator was not there. I searched for generator inside gutter. No. It's supposed to be here. So I knew that I got the message clearly. Boys have been boys. So what's the alternative way of getting power? So I just saw online that, inverters work. I'm a physics electronics graduate, for crying loud. I'm practical with electronics. Okay. I bought one Chinese inverter. I used to drive one wreck German SUV there that drains batteries very fast. So there was a battery that they said is too weak for it. So I carried that battery, connected with that inverter. I had 6 hours of power every night. Said, yes, good, this works. So no petrol. Because during the day, when I'm away, NEPA brings light. When I'm out in the night, when I want to work, that's when they decide to take their light. So that started solving my problem. Then back to the office, Yaba had stable power. And for some weird reason, day 1, power was out. Day 2, power was out. What was going on? So I started importing the same type of inverter I used at home. I started bringing it to the office to solve power problem. And for some reason, there was a time that power was so out for so long that we couldn't even keep power charged in a battery. And that's where solar panels came. So I started using solar panels. And this is what the problem was. I had a challenge in terms of budgeting and saying that this is my cost for power. This month, it was a small business then. This month, you spend 50,000 on petrol, 100,000 on NEPA. That doesn't mean that next month you spend 200,000 on petrol alone. No, it's not diesel yet. Petrol alone. And I was like, the way I'm going, this phrase, you're not going to make it. You can't keep going like this without a clear budget. I've never raised anything. How do I survive with this? So I discovered that I had to double down on the alternative energy approach. So gradually, we ramped up some investments in it, and that solution scaled up. Till now, that's a business that is running now and making hundreds of millions every year. Now, that same tech business, sorry, please don't clap for me. Time is going. Time is even up already. After the whole thing, you can clap. Then that same business, COVID-19 came. A lot of people say that tech businesses, you will flourish. It's during COVID that you flourish. My case was different. I was dealing with schools. You get paid for the software when parents pay school fees. Students are out of the school. They were not paying school. Some of them are even negotiating 20% of school fees to school owners, that they are buying fuel now and buying internet for their children at home that have to learn at home. So my own priority in the list of their expense is like step number 5. So how do I survive? So I started downsizing and an idea came. The same solution I was selling to schools, I discovered that businesses also need it. Learning management, training. Okay, good. The payments a business will pay as a monthly, so you're not thinking of salary per year. You're just paying a stipend per month. And that way, it's still profitable for that property, and it's still useful to the staff. And by now, I think we've owned a couple of properties with build structures, even in prime areas in Yaba and the likes. So that's business number 3. You cannot be buying cement in a tech business statement of accounts, discipline. So that came out as a separate business. Now, business number 4. The advice my guy gave me several years ago. Software engineers needed to go for support. A business called and said, my app is not working. And a school called at the same time. The same team was supporting them. They were confused of who to attend or who to prioritize. In that moment, that was a light bulb moment that this is what this guy told me some years ago. Service from products. So the school software became another business, which is called business number 4, school reps. Now, these businesses are now around. There's another problem. This business needs a car. They bought car. This one needs accountant, got accountant. This one needs this. And I discovered they had shared services. It doesn't make sense. All of you hired your own accountant. You heard this. And business number 5 was created, which is now a business that manages all of those shared services. The last business, which is one of the youngest businesses, the energy business, and one of the fastest business. And the last business came out of the need where a lot of people walked up to my office. So currently now in GRA, I have 3 offices in GRA. All of them are completely off the grid. The smallest of them will have about 20 or 25 air conditioners, so you should have an idea of the amount of power they are consuming without paying a dime to NEPA and no diesel involved. And I just did that to cut my costs, like I said, providing solar for my businesses. Then at some point, some people came from a bank and like, we've been investing in inverter for many years. We still spend millions on diesel. If you can figure it out like this, come and do it for us. And that's how that business was born. I've powered oil and gas, I've powered factories, I've powered a lot of things. And that is how business number 6 was created. And that business number 6, we had situations where there was so much power when the sun is shining. And our inverters are already fully charged at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. But I look at the yard, we're still spending millions fueling our petrol cars. How much is this electric car self? So we went to do research. And I discovered that if you're not trying to film a big man, you have not arrived. You can buy electric cars as low as 15 million, 20 million. How much is Tokumbo 2? Same price. Oh yeah, bought first fleet of electric cars, charge you free electricity, cancel transportation. In my office now, before you can take a petrol car out, the number of emails and calls you make, you will shall. And that was how we started dealing with fleets of electric vehicles. And because we deal with it, questions, people asking questions, who can fix it? And that's how we became one of the major people in that industry, providing infrastructure for electric vehicles and everything. But in a nutshell, people say that, who is this mad boy? Why are you doing too many things? How old are you? And this is the final thing. My source of capital was not cash from bank. It was people. For every one of these subsidiaries, I have people that are capable. As I'm speaking to you, there are solar panels on their way to a supermarket to be powered now. I have people in each of these subsidiaries that have the capacity to run those subsidiaries. And me, I'm just a people broker. Bring this set of people together and let us work. Thank you very much. My time is up. So,
he's a powerhouse. Thank you very much, Mr. Olariwaju Ogunkunle. Thank you for making all of us desire to be like you. Am I speaking for anyone here? So many people are going to attack you. They are going to waylay you on your way out of here. I can promise you that he's a mover. He's a shaker. And he said he got people. So who do you have? Let's stick to it. And we're still talking about credibility. We're talking about the trust that people have in you to want to invest in whatever ideas or whatever it is you bring to them. We're running very fast now because we are pressed for time. And media, please play us the profile of the next speaker, Mr. Tumi Atayoro.
Mr. Tumi Atayero, CFA, serves as the head of mutual funds at Chapel Hill Denham Management Limited, where he leads the firm's retail and institutional mutual fund strategies. He brings 18 years of diversified experience in the financial services industry, spanning capital market research, securities trading, banking operations, business development, and fund management. He is a chartered financial analyst CFA holder, a chartered stockbroker, and holds a certificate in ESG investing from the CFA Institute.
Thank you, media. To cut through the macroeconomic noise and show us where the smart money is moving, please welcome Mr. Tumi Atayoro. Let's keep clapping. Keep clapping. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for sticking it out till now. My name is Tumi Altairo. I'm really pleased to be here. I'll be speaking to my slides. It's on raising sustainable capital, which is the theme of this conference. So I think my position here is a bit unique because unlike the other speakers that have gone so far that have done excellently well, actually the person that writes the checks. So I'm an asset manager and a capital allocator. So if you have very interesting business ideas and you're looking to get capital, this is about raising capital. And I'm telling you, I might be able to write a check. Not personally, I represent an entity, but yeah, so I'll speak to Sustainable Capital. So the first slide, please. I'm going to move very fast because I have 15 minutes. No, go back to the very first slide, yes. So this might seem inspirational or motivational, but raising sustainable capital, you must have a very big vision. And so I'm talking about from your first 100,000 naira to unicorn status. And unicorn status basically means a startup that has reached $1 billion in valuation, right? And it's not impossible. If you look around, you've seen businesses that have done that. And my chairman usually tells a story. It's about Dangote. He says Dangote started as an SME, if you really think about it. He had just the capital to sell cement. And now Dangote is a multi-billion-dollar entrepreneur. So all big things start small, basically. But I'm going to focus on a couple key slides. The first slide, please. Okay, so this slide speaks about how capital is not scarce, but fundable businesses are. And that's the truth. I've been in the sector for quite some time, and I've worked on the buy side. That's what you call institutional investors, banks, insurance, people that have capital to deploy. And what I can tell you for a fact is there is capital. I promise you there is capital. There are people that have made a lot of money looking for viable businesses to deploy the capital to. And so just looking at the numbers to give us some context, right now we have about 40 million MSMEs in Nigeria contributing 40% of GDP. We have a funding gap of $158 billion. And then we have about $343 million raised through VC capital just last year, which it's a decline from the previous year. But that's not the core theme of my presentation. Next slide, please. Okay, so this next slide shows the typical process that businesses take from startup. You start with bootstraps and grants. You start with your savings, however little that is. Then you graduate into angels and pre-seed. Then you have seed. Then you have venture growth. And lastly, your investors find a way to exit. So many businesses have gone through this process. Think of Flutterwave, think of OPay, think of IntoSwitch, and all those companies I just mentioned. MoneyPoint as well. They are all currently unicorns with over $1 billion in valuation as at last capital raises. Next slide. So this is where I'm going to spend some time, which is what makes a business sustainable. We're looking for sustainable capital, but sustainable capital is also looking for sustainable businesses. So what makes your business sustainable? Number one is real demand, right? What is the quantum of demand? What is the total addressable market for that product, for that idea, for that service? That is extremely important. If anyone brings a business idea to me, the first thing I'm thinking is, okay, what's your turnover? What's the market size? How do you scale? Are you able to scale? What is competition doing? Think of it, earlier this year, speaking to artificial intelligence, for example, you had some companies in the S&P 500 in America lost a lot of value because cloud can do what those companies were established to do. So that's a very important thing to also bear in mind when you're thinking about your business. How easily disruptible is your business? That's something to think about. Real demand, very important. Number two is working unit economics, right? The business has to make money, and it has to make money in a sustainable way. Third one, which everyone has talked about, is durable cash flow. So when I was taking my CFA course, we had a teacher that used to say, profit is sanity, cash is king. And the truth is, you need cash to run businesses. You need cash. You need a business that generates durable, tangible cash. Otherwise, you can make up the numbers whatever you want it to be. And as an investor, as a capital allocator, you're looking at cash flow. And also, when you talk about the type of capital you want to raise, equity or debt, if it's debt capital, clearly you're going to pay debt from your cash flow. So that's something to clearly bear in mind. Then you want a defensible edge, or what Warren Buffett would call a moat. You want a business that can survive shocks and then still continue to grow. That is also extremely important. Adaptability. Speaking to AI, if anyone is bringing a business opportunity to me right now at this point in time, I'm thinking, number one, how embedded is AI in your operations? Number two, how easily disruptable or vulnerable is your business to AI? Because these are very important conversations that you need to think about. Then lastly, governance and controls. A lot has been said about governance. You should not be the person doing everything. The last speaker, very impressive, but like he said, his talent, he's taken time to get the right talent to run the operations. Imagine him trying to run 6 businesses. It wouldn't work. So you need to invest in capital, in talent capital, and then you need to set governance controls around your business. I'm going to skip now to the next slide that speaks about backing the person before the business. So please, next slide. Yes. So this is very key. And I'll share a quick live experience here just to buttress this particular point. So in one of my previous companies, we had an investment opportunity in a renewable company. They were into renewing steel to export. So myself and the investor committee team, we went on site visits. It was a solid business. You could see the operations. Everything looked really good. And then we ended up investing initially 1 billion, then another billion in the company. Fast forward, fortunately, I'd left the company by then, the company that invested in the business. But we got to find out later on that the founders of the business were people of dubious character. And none of that showed during our due diligence. But then that teaches you a lesson that you keep in mind for a long time as an allocator, that the most important thing is the person or the team behind the business. And a lot of people have said this today already about integrity, trust, credibility, reputation. It is extremely important because your money would come back if the person has character. And then when we're doing 5 C's of credit in school, then you'll hear capacity, you'd hear character, you'll hear collateral, you'll hear the other C's, I can't remember now. But the most important of it all is character. And that's what CMO was also speaking to, that even if the business becomes unsustainable for whatever macro shocks you could have experienced, you go back to the people that gave you capital and you try to let them understand this is a business that has gone belly up. It's a business that has issues, not your own character. So that is extremely important. And if you're looking to raise money, you have to be someone that is of demonstrable character and integrity. But beyond integrity, another very, very important attribute to have is energy or grit. You must have passion. You must have passion for what you do. If you're coming to pitch your business, the person giving you capital wants to see how much that business means to you. If you run into a pothole, are you going to dump that business and move on? Are you invested in that business? These are things that you have to communicate passion to the person you are looking to raise capital from. And you can easily tell. Think of Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, when they were starting their businesses. You can imagine how many sleepless nights they went through because they were committed to making sure the business started and then that they could really drive it. So you can't be an entrepreneur just starting out and you are sleeping for, more than 7 hours in a day, in my own opinion, because all your waking hours, all your resources, mental energy has to go towards what am I doing for my business? How am I scaling this business? What network do I need to get to drive this business? These are things that are extremely important. And lastly, you need intelligence. You need to be smart. Without intelligence, you are going to get swiped in the marketplace because people are thinking, people aren't going to sleep. You are competing globally in so many cases. So that's something that is very, very important. And Buffett has a quote that I put there. It says integrity, intelligence, and energy. But without integrity, the other two will kill you. So as someone looking to invest, it cannot be overemphasized. Integrity is extremely, extremely important. And there are ways to verify integrity. It's some references, for example. So your last place of work, for example, what kind of person were you there? Are you someone that was trusted? Can you be trusted with money? Can you be trusted with resources? So these are very important things to bear in mind. Next slide. What makes you fundable? Because, I mean, probably some of us in this room are entrepreneurs, and you have that very big idea in your mind, and you're thinking, I just can't get capital. So this slide helps you to understand what makes capital allocators attracted to you. Number one is market. I already mentioned this. Is the market big enough? So you have a PE fund, for example, that wants to allocate $1 million, and then you come with your idea that what you need is 100,000 to start. That is fine. But if you cannot explain how you go from 100,000 naira revenue business to 100 million revenue business, it's not worth the while for so many capital allocators, because at the 100 million revenue, what's the return profile of that business? What am I looking to get when I invest for the next 5 years? Number two is traction. You have to demonstrate proof of concept. So it's an idea, you want to be the biggest truck owner in Nigeria, for example. What are you currently doing? What have you done? What is your track record, right? So if anyone is looking to speak to the truck driver now, he has already demonstrated capacity. Those are businesses that you can interact with because there's some level of traction in the business. Then unit economics, does it generate cash? Then also defensibility. The business, and I love the concept from the last speaker in terms of having those many number of businesses, because number one, it creates an ecosystem which created another business idea for him, which is shared services. So that is creating something quite unique in that group of companies, because number one, is able to leverage on the ecosystem. Number two, from that vantage point, is able to see ideas and opportunities that someone with only one business probably would not see. And just that mindset of, we run into a problem, we create a solution, we create a business, we monetize. It's excellent. I mean, that kind of mindset is gold. Then you want to have capital efficiency, and then you want to show path to liquidity. Next slide, please. So this is a very important conversation, and I don't have much time, so I'm just going to touch on it quickly. So you have a business. It is extremely important you determine what kind of capital you require, debt capital or equity. And I hear people saying they don't want to give away their business, but it gets to a point where it's going to limit your growth potential. And again, 100% of a business earning 100 million and 50% of a business earning $1 billion, it's not the same. So you have to think with your head and not emotions in terms of determining the kind of capital you want to raise. There are times when it's ideal to raise equity capital to share that business, to share ownership in that business, because beyond the money, there are relationships, there are strategic relationships that comes with, for example, as a PE fund, if you invest in a business, I'm not only investing money, I'm leveraging opportunities, I'm leveraging network to bring to bear on that business that we're investing in. So you're getting more than money, you're getting access to a deep network of other investors and resources as well. Next slide, please. Okay, so, I mean, there are so many accelerators in Nigeria presently. A lot is happening in the VC space and the PE space, so it's very important to have information. And in this age and time, not having information is just a sign of laziness. There are so many resources, free resources out there on the internet with AI that you can leverage to actually get into any of these accelerators. Just get into the network. Like I said, people have capital to deploy. It's a question of, are the businesses sustainable? Are they fundable? So being investor ready, you need to get through with an accelerator. They'll prepare you for what other capital allocators are looking for what investors are looking for, and then they'll help you get in the room, then it's now for you to present that business, then to demonstrate how sustainable, how profitable the business could be. Okay, another slide. The next slide, please. I have 50 seconds. So this slide shows how good businesses die, and if to help you remember it, you can just use the acronym ABC. So the first is arrogance, the second one is bureaucracy, and the third is complacency. At any point in time, if your business gets to a point where you become arrogant, you think, I think Temo mentioned you should at no point not pick your customers' calls, because that's arrogance. Once you stop listening to your customers, you stop getting feedback, which is valuable, then your business gets on the decline. Second one is bureaucracy. You need to streamline your processes. If you don't need 20 people to do the job, don't hire 20 people. And the third is complacency, when you just stop caring for the things that, when the things that brought you here, you're no longer doing them, and then you cannot progress any further. So next slide, please. Yeah, so it says my time is up, but I'd like to share this slide about negotiating. I think everyone, as an entrepreneur, you should get training in negotiating, because it's extremely important. So that even if it's an equity conversation, you don't want to give out 20% of your business for $1 million when ideally you could have gotten a lot more. And so you want to understand valuation, you want to understand what your business is worth, you want to be able to build models or hire expertise, as the case may be. And to speak on hiring expertise, I'll give you a personal example and I'll end on this point. So I reached out to Barrister some weeks back, asking him about, so I bought an asset and I signed the contract myself. Very foolish. I didn't get a lawyer to review the contract. So fast forward 8 months, and a clause in the contract came up that I had to pay the solicitor of the person I bought the asset from. And I went to check the contract. It was stated right there that I'll be on the hook for the solicitor of the seller's fees. I had no idea what the percentage was. When I got the bill, I was mad. I was livid. I was like, this is more than 18% of the property, of the value of the asset that I bought. So I was stark raving mad. I was going all over the place, and I called Barrister. He said yes, that calculation was accurate, and but I was negotiable. But then I negotiated the fee. It came down to something a bit more manageable, but I believe I could have paid a lot less if ab initio I had engaged a solicitor or a barrister or a legal person. So that advice about getting a lawyer friend or getting a lawyer on retainer and an accountant, it's extremely important, because it's going to save you in the long run. And so lastly, so you have to negotiate and not giving away your business. So you've built something that is valuable. As a capital allocator, I want the best deal, but you as a business owner should also get the best deal. So we come in the middle where you make sure you're not giving away everything, and don't be afraid to walk away, right? If it's not the right deal, don't take it. That's also very important. I mean, you've built the business, you should have the valuation for the business and what you're willing to take and not go below. In closing, last slide, please. So sustainable capital seeks sustainable businesses. So if you are looking to raise capital, make sure your business is the type that allocators will be willing to give money. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please don't go. You're still going to join us on stage for the panel session. And, okay, we have Mr. Taiwo here to take on the panel session.
Thank you. I think I'm privileged to handle this plenary session. I think in all the sessions, there's nobody that is issuing any check, but I have someone here that can issue me any check. I think I can still have that this session. Thank you very much. So, am I you give me the permission to start with you, Mr. Tumi. From when you stopped, you said business owners should know when to walk away. Now, come to imagine when the business owner does not have any cash. He knows in the next 6 months, I'm out of cash. There's nobody to run to. At that stage, what do you think he can do?
Okay, so in the next 6 months, he's completely out of cash to run the business. So that's a desperate situation. And that's the decision that got TMO fasting and praying at some point in our business ownership life. So the truth is, capital is done properly. It's emotionless, right? You are not going to allocate capital to someone because they are desperate or out of the kindness of your heart. That is not necessarily how this space works. I'm saying that because you need to identify as a business owner, as an entrepreneur, you must exhaust all other alternatives before you go approach, for example, a bank. Say you want to take money from a bank today now. With MPR at 26.5%, you're looking at what, 30, 31%. That kind of interest rates, you would have to have a business that is generating a really, really high level of cash flow to be able to meet that, to pay back that debt. So I showed the 5 steps of moving from business, from a 100,000 naira business to a unicorn. You want to start with, okay, so you've exhausted your own cash. Then you look for angel investors. These are family members, relatives, friends that you can raise the funding from. You want to exhaust all options before you approach anyone that's going to give you expensive capital. Otherwise, the sustainability of your business will be jeopardized. So, the market can be tough. The reality is reality. If you have a business that you have cash flow issues in a short time, if you go meet any capital allocator for money, they are going to factor that into how they value your business and into the rates or the terms that they give you. So, maybe he'll be in a better position to speak from experience, but I'm going to analyze the business based on the cash flow. And if there's no cash flow, what am I really investing in? Except you're able to show your way out of that predicament in a matter of 3 months, then it's a question of pricing the equity or the debt appropriately.
Thank you, Mr. Tumi. Now, let me call you the king of all business. You spoke about social capital.
Yes, yes.
In Nigeria today, we know social capital itself has a shadow side. Yes. Where, contracts getting awarded to the wrong people, how due diligence gets with nepotism and the rest. At what point does social capital stop being a business asset?
This one is strong. So social capital, it's actually like a tree. If anybody has done these businesses where you say you bring one person and that brings another person and that brings another person, those multi-level marketing businesses, I think that's how social capital works, right? So if the roots of your social capital is damaged, everything built on that structure is damaged. Let's say, for example, you have social capital, and that's why some people are scared of putting politicians on their board. And you have that politician was a social capital. You've gotten some leverage. Just one small storm in the political space, and the person's in EFCC's confine. Before you can't use that lead again because it becomes a problem, it becomes a burden for you. So in my opinion, I think at that point, that same social capital that was a capital for you is now a social debt or social wala, if I may. So social capital is usually transient, and sometimes some person might be very relevant now, and in some case, in the next few years, the person is also relevant again. So you also have to keep checking and auditing your social capital. Same way you audit your finances, audit your relationships too.
Yeah. Okay,
Thank you very much.
If I can just add to that. So it's very important, social capital, because there are people you have on your board that will help you get into rooms that otherwise you couldn't get into. But like he's saying, it can be a two-edged sword, depending on the type of social capital that you have, because for them to have that high profile, they probably have one or two detractors as well. So social capital is great, but you just need to be mindful of the particular capital you are leveraging, because it could be a two-edged sword.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Tumi, you said something during your presentation that you back the person first, integrity. Now, how do you test integrity in a short time? And I know you've said something relating to it. Have you ever been wrong in issuing a check to someone?
Yeah, sure. I gave the example of my previous firm and how we cut a big check. And I mean, some people actually lost their jobs for that, because it's serious. You are dealing with people's money. As much as there is capital to be invested, it's capital that you are answerable for. Nobody's just dashing you money to go invest, right? You raise the capital and then you go deploy it. So integrity, it's, how do you say it? You can't prove a false negative. You have some you have to take on trust, but then you go by, I already mentioned, you do reference check. You check their background, their antecedents. Are they people that have demonstrated integrity in their previous lines of work? But in a short time, you can't really, and integrity is also dynamic. Because someone has integrity today, doesn't mean they don't face certain challenges and then they're unable to stand and then they fall short. So in a short time, it's some of it is still taken as a risk. In everything that we do, there's a risk element. So that integrity just happens to be the biggest component of the risk you are taking when you're allocating capital. In a short time, you can never know for certain. Just do your due diligence. You do as much search as you can, and then the rest is risk.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. the King of all business, I won't call you Mr. Larinwaj, the King of all business. If you could change one policy or change one thing about capital investment in the tech businesses in Nigeria, what would that be?
Policy about capital investment.
Just one thing, one policy about capital, raising sustainable financial capital.
Okay.
In
I
tech
think
business.
one thing I didn't have time to say, business, and that's where the Mubuse came in. We got to a stage that we're working on a project, and it was heavy capital. If I pull that kind of cash out of the business, even I put some and I felt it, when I say virtue left me, I just say somebody touched me. That bill touched me, and I discovered that at some point, you still have to go to the market. And that's where they came in as valuators, valuing assets and all those things. So that nobody will not come and mistake it and say that you will never have to go out at some point. Because there are some jump you want to jump. You have to gather all the strength around you. For example, there's somebody building something major in Nigeria. I won't mention his name. You know his name. But in recent time, I saw that Baba in different lights. His gray hair increased. He puts products inside transparent bottles that by me. People want to spoil markets for me. So you can see how he had to, yes, he had capital, but he had to still seek capital from outside to survive. So I would want anybody to go with that notion like, oh, you will never, ever need to source for capital outside. And sorry, I think I missed the main question. So you said the integrity part, right? Yes. Okay, for the integrity, here is the one that signs the checks, right? But what I would say is that how they test integrity, in my opinion, is that if you check and you've ever seen a smoke, don't wait for the fire. So when they are doing the due diligence, they're not looking for where there has been a fire outbreak, which you understand what I mean. I'm just speaking in clear now. They look for traces, not the true fall of integrity that everything is scattered, it's scandal. Just any minor elements. So just see it as sample. For example, if somebody at some points, for no reason, borrowed 1 million naira. And later on down the line, you discover that, yes, he paid 1 million naira back, so there was integrity. But for some reason, delayed extra 2 months unnecessarily because he just married a third wife. And he blew money, and the money is on some social blogs. So, yes, you might not quickly see it, but if you dig deep, you say that this person delayed. Although he paid, you see that, oh, there's integrity. But what was the reason for that 2 months delay? That was the smoke. So they won't wait for the fire. So once they see the smoke, they run away. Because by the time that person has 2 billion naira, there's tendency that it won't be 2 months delay. It can be 10 years delay and court cases. So that's my take.
Thank you very much, sir. To wrap this session up, I just want one final question for you, Mr. Tumi. Just in one word or in one keyword, what advice would you give to a business owner who is ready to approach you to issue a check to him today?
Like, I want to approach you tomorrow. What advice will you give me now?
Okay, so based on my slides, number one, you need to even determine what stage of the business cycle you're in terms of the kind of capital that you require. Number two, is the company making money right now? Have you tested the business model? Is it working? Is it scalable? These are very key questions. Assuming your business is the biggest it can ever be, what would your revenue be for that business? So, because sometimes scale is important in terms of when you deploy capital. So those are the things I'll look out for beyond integrity, of course, of the business owner. Is it scalable? What's the addressable market? Are you making money already? Is there cash flow? Have you tested this business idea? Is there proof of concept for your business? If we have all those already checked, then we can take the conversation further.
Thank you very much. I believe so many people will approach you after this. Thank you so much.
The women will be representing us more after this.
All right. Okay, so we'll just do the plaque presentation. But before we do that, I want to quickly do something. I need to acknowledge one of our earliest funders. They funded us even, or they funded me even when I wasn't even an idea. Please help me appreciate my dad and my mom, Prince and Mrs. Oyebisi Oloyede. They are out here. Okay. I will say, all right. So my dad worked as a civil servant all his life and retired as a civil servant. So for me to have gone to law school and come out of law school, it would have taken a lot of squeeze. Thank God that they didn't subject me to due diligence because they might have, because I did some things as a kid. They could have taken it up that does this guy have character before we sign this check. So I appreciate you so much, Dad and Mom. All right, so we're just going to quickly present plaques to our speakers. So I'm going to invite Mrs. Olayanju Lawal to come up to receive on behalf of Dr. Mrs. Abiola Babatunde Ojo. Yeah, unfortunately, the commissioner couldn't join us. We still spoke as at yesterday evening, but today we got an update that there was an emergency meeting she had to attend, and so she couldn't be here. She really intended to be here. Okay, so she receives on behalf of Dr. Mrs. Abiola Babatunde Ojo a word of appreciation. Dr. Mrs. Abiola Babatunde Ojo as a speaker at the Chlp conference. And please help me clap very well for Mrs. Olayanju Lawal. Okay. All right. Next, Mr. Wale Elushaki. May I invite next Mr. Olusanjo Fawole. Please celebrate my Sunday school teacher. Okay. Please celebrate. Can you clap more? There was a time in church that one of the motivations for us was his class. And then his class started getting big to a point that questions were asked that, why are people always in your class alone? But we thank you, we appreciate you for being here today and for delivering such a powerful presentation. This is a token of our appreciation to you for the good job you've done here today. All right, sir. May I invite now Mrs. Temitope Mark Odige. Please keep clapping. She's almost here. You know, the story she shared very briefly is a very powerful one. I met her at a very early stage of our business. She was in a very early stage too. So obviously we've grown together. All right. She's not one of those clients that promise that, don't worry. You know, the clients, they tell you lawyer so as to negotiate. They will tell you, don't worry, something is coming. Just take this small one now. But she's been bringing big stuff to us. So thank you so much for your... All right. Okay. All right. So I'll invite Mr. Lanre Ogunkule forward now. Mr. Ogunkule is one of the people that taught me resilience. Okay? For several years, I kept pitching to him that we are lawyers, he can't use us. But you know, he found a way to manage me, you know. But eventually, he moved into our clientele. Thank you so much for the powerful presentation today. Thank you for making it from the heart and just doling it out. We hope to do bigger things with you in the coming years. All right. All right, the next person is the check man, Mr. Tumi Atairo. You know, when we were selecting speakers for this conference, I thought about it that business people talk business, that we need a finance person, a person that cuts checks. And interestingly, I had listened to him speak somewhere before. And the forum where he spoke, I don't think he would have thought that a decision like inviting him here would have been made by that. You know, it was just a small gathering. And the way he spoke, I knew it that he had stuff. And just between when we invited him and now, he has moved to a bigger job. We didn't have that in his profile. So he has checks to give away also. So I'll present this to you. Okay, so we have one more plaque. May I invite Mrs. Oshinowo as she comes up? Thank you so much. Please help me celebrate Madam Treasury. Okay? Why we are really, really grateful to her is that it was just yesterday that she was notified that she'll be on the panel today. And the justice she did is, I don't know what would have happened if we had informed that month before. So can you people put your hands together as we celebrate the GM, Treasury and Investment Adova PLC. All right. Okay, to save time, may I invite our practice manager in the name of Mrs. Oluwakemi Olutunde. All right. She's a Mrs. now. She joined us as a Miss. So recently she became an MRS. All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. We just want to thank you all for being here today and for waiting till this time. Thank you for being a part of the CHLP Law and Business Conference 2026. We want to appreciate all our sponsors. We want to thank you for believing in us, for believing in CHLP, and for staying with us till this time. God bless everyone, and we hope to see you at CHLP Law and Business Conference 2027. Thank you.